Good evening, and welcome to tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. As always, before we jump into today's episode, we do have a few session announcements to get through. The first being a weekly reminder that we have quiz questions available every Tuesday and Friday under the post section of our YouTube channel. In conjunction with that, we also release shorts highlighting the most iconic and comical moments of our session episodes. Those also release on Tuesday and Friday, so you can catch those on our YouTube channel. And if you need a recap, the Chapter 6 recap is available now on our YouTube channel. You can head over and watch that. It's about 20 minutes or so, and then jump back in with us here in Chapter 7 as we continue the adventure. That is all of the announcements for tonight, so we will begin tonight's episode of Arcane Adventures. And welcome back. Last we left off, Lorem Ipsum, after investigating a crashed airship in the middle of Pickle Pines, accompanied by one Mox Flynn and Cleo Genorum, decided they would pursue a lead, perhaps, for where this airship came from, according to the manifest that's given to Paloma, the one that contained the names of Mother and Paloma's mother, being Optin Lightfoot and Pata. So, we venture back to Straxoris, where we plan to teleport to the capital of the nation of Eprajan on Kilauea, that being Pajakin, where this airship has sourced its travel from, or I should say. But amidst that plan, or that enactment of said plan, Madame Genorum received a sending message from an unknown voice to all of you, a familiar one, at least you seem to recognize it, asking if she was okay, calling her first name, and that, of course, occurring in the middle of our teleportation may have disrupted our spell just a little bit, throwing us through the ether and separating. Not sure of where our companions have. All we know is that Sizik, Mox, and Altrix have crash-landed in desert dunes. Where that might be, we don't know. We also know that Owunul, Paloma, and Rancor, which is another fun experience, and we'll get there in a moment. And lastly, Pura and Evadin landing in a street, and no eyes for anyone on Cleo Genorum. Now, this session will be a little bit different for you. We bounce between different groups, so bear with us as we try a little bit of a different format. But I will welcome all of you to Chapter 7, Episode 2, Scattered. All right. Sizik, Mox, Altrix. Altrix, you pull your head from a dune that you have landed in. You look over to your left, and Sizik is brushing his fur off after kind of rolling and tumbling. And if you look over to your right, you would find Mox Flynn, who is pulling, almost lifting up some of his scales to try to get the sand out from underneath it. A very uncomfortable position when you have scales, sand lodged within that part of your body. But you take a glance around each other, and of course, the first thing that hits you is dark, accounting for time change type of travel, especially transcontinental. If that, it's dark outside. So, Sizik, Mox, Altrix, the three of you, what would you like to do?
Does anybody have any water? It is a little bit dry. Did we have to land in the middle of the desert? This is terrible.
I was fucking muted. Sizik, the fact that you're immediately thirsty tells me that this is an issue outside of where we are. You should just be drinking more water. Do y'all see?
No, I got sand in my mouth.
In any case, do y'all see anyone else?
I see you and I see Mr. Mox.
No, I don't see anyone else.
So you're telling me that we are not with others, or they are not with us?
No, I have no eyes on Cleo and the rest of them.
Okay.
This is good.
So where are we?
Mox takes a look up at the sky, and I will roll a check for him. I have no idea.
Okay.
That was a 4 for me.
If someone would like to pull up my character sheet, I will try to roll a history check. But obviously, I can't roll right now, so somebody can have the luxury of doing it on my behalf.
I can do it if you want.
That works for me.
Okay. Oof. You should not have trusted me to... 8.
Do you have my sheet pulled up, or is that a natural 8?
No, it was a 4, and then I added 4.
Okay. Yeah.
You also,
Awesome.
Sizik, have no idea where you are.
We are in the sand. Yep. That's about as much as I can tell.
Okay.
Well, actually, and Mox kind of squints towards the western horizon. Well, actually, we must have gone east because that's Anaris up, right there. As Anaris begins to crest, it is breaking dawn at the early hour of the morning.
Okay.
East.
I'll admit that's not particularly helpful because east could actually be anywhere.
No, it's... I'll climb to just like one of the nearby sand dunes to get to the top of it.
Sure.
Just try and look around, see if there's anything on the horizon.
Make a perception check.
Great at those. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
And
10. You see sand dunes in every direction with no clear landmark anywhere.
okay. Well, guess we gotta go back to Old Reliable.
I haven't been in many deserts before, but I do know that if we don't get out of this predicament soon, we will be dying of heat exhaustion.
Wonderful.
I think we'll be fine on that regard. Nevertheless, I do not want to be lost out here forever. So, Sizik, you're the one I'm all about. Fate? Pick a direction.
Oh, good lord, why are you going to make me do this? I will close my eyes, spin around a couple of times, and then stop and walk whatever direction I'm facing.
Cool.
Oh, no, come on. At least make a
Paloma-
religion check or something.
Anna, since Cole is just gonna walk into Everett and director of Sizik, go ahead and roll a d8. 1 will be north. 3 will be east. 5 will be south. 7 will be west, and then all the other numbers will be those, off directions: northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest.
Well, that's a 1.
It's a 1. Okay, so you just start walking north. Okay.
Oh,
Well, we'll pick back up there in just a moment and see what northbound gets us. However, we will cutscene, if you will, to Paloma, Rancor, and Owens, who land in water, making pretty heavy splashes. And then, again, no damage it befalls you as you land in the water. But what would you like to do? Other than swim, I presume.
Where the fuck are we?
Can I see the shoreline?
You can. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay.
And do so at disadvantage.
Okay. Not bad. 19.
19 at disadvantage. Wow.
I rolled a 12,
Okay,
so
Paloma.
13.
Wild. Okay. You poke your head just above the water, and it is also dark, might I note, where you are, and you can barely make out a shoreline, 10, 15 feet in front of you, before a net just lands on top of you, and Rancor and Owen, you're all in space, and you begin to be pulled towards the shoreline.
What the hell?
Does it a net does it feel like there's a normal rope twine net or like a metal net?
This is like a
Like
it's like a patchwork of materials, mostly rope and twine.
Is it a fishing net?
Yeah, kind of.
What the fuck is going on? I will attempt to. Well, Rancor doesn't yet know that they're in the middle of the water. I mean, yeah, he does, but he doesn't know how far away they are.
We're being pulled towards the shore?
Yes, to the shore.
Okay.
Um,
They're pulling us in. I think this will
Who's-
actually be fine. I can't see who it is. But they're pulling us towards shore. Maybe they saw us land in the water.
by the way, I thought we were going outside the city. Why are we in the water?
I don't know. Is there anyone else?
Does this taste like salt water or fresh water?
I won't make you roll for that. It tastes like fresh water.
I was about to say, make me roll.
Freshwater?
It is fresh water. Anna's recalculating all of her predictions.
Shit.
She's like, oh no.
Oh god.
It is about this time that the three of you are dragged ashore. And a few very modestly dressed, villagers. They don't look like hunters. They're just people. And one of them looks down over, looks to be a human, even in the silhouette in the darkness. What are you folks doing out here?
Well,
don't
we
know.
were on our way to, I can't remember where it's called, via teleportation. And General, where did you land us?
And there's no response.
No, I don't see anybody else. I think
What do you mean? There's no one else?
I don't see anybody else. I think it's just you, me, and Owunul. I have no idea where the fuck everyone else is. Hopefully they're not further out in the water and we just missed them.
Paloma, make a medicine check, please.
Okay. Uh, 25. Damn.
25.
Forgot I
Wow.
had-
Okay.
Yeah, I forgot I had a +7 to that. I was like, oh, that's, all right.
Jesus.
Yeah. You glance over to Owunul, and he's not breathing.
Oh, God. Can I attempt to help with that?
You can. And again, 25, I'll take your roll. You don't have to roll on top of that. CPR, I guess, and begin to regurgitate the water that he had inhaled, even being in the a few minutes before you were dredged ashore. He's very heavy and can't swim very well in large armor. And you do get him stabilized, but he's not conscious, and therefore cannot move.
Oh, great.
Of course, it had to be the giant lug who can't move. So we're.
I'm gonna turn
It's just
to
us
the-
three.
It looks like it.
Um.
I'm gonna turn to the fisherman and would you mind telling us about where we are?
Right. You folks said you were teleporting?
Yeah, and it seems to have gone awfully wrong.
Yeah, you landed in the middle of our oasis out here.
Do I recognize that?
Make a history check.
Oh, I'm bad at those.
Just for personal reference, is that on the Iletheia map or no?
I'm not going to answer that.
Damn, that's crazy.
No.
11.
11. You have no idea, Paloma. You don't recall ever being here at an oasis.
Okay.
Have they actually pulled us up out of the water? Or are they still just
Yes,
kind of
you're like on the shore now. Right. So, where were you teleporting to?
We were trying to make it to Pashakin.
Oh, well, you're not that far off course. About 22 miles that way, and
Oh boy.
points in a northeast direction. Yeah. Think you missed your teleport though.
A little.
Looks like it. And we're also missing the rest of our party.
Well, you really
And-
missed your teleport spell.
Hearing that, I will, panically cast message to Altrix, and obviously, he's not anywhere near, but
Okay, correction. Are you casting message or sending?
message. I don't have
Okay.
sending.
'Kay.
Message is only 120 feet, so.
Right. Okay. What do you want to say to Altrix?
Altrix, where are you? Paloma, Owunul, and I are on shore. Is everyone else with you?
And Altrix, you hear nothing.
I don't know why you made me. we knew what was going to happen. Oh dear.
Okay. Well, we can't really get walking with Owunul like this.
Oh, then you don't
Why
happen to
don't-
have any
Why don't you folks come inside? And as again, dawn as Daenerys begins to crest. You folks look like you could use a little bit of rest before you try to set out in the desert heat. And
we're in a desert.
again, yes, we're in Oasis. This right here, and Paloma and well, really just Paloma, because you're the only person that can right now see. Ozen relays this to you, Rancor. There are 5, 6, maybe 7, little huts kind of clustered around the north side of this modest oasis. It's a couple 100 feet across. But it's, you're not in a big city by any means. And just in the early light of dawn, it is nothing but desert in every direction for you as well. Why don't you folks come inside? You look like you could use a hand or two. And
Thanks.
what's going on with you? What's going on with your big fella right there?
He seems to have swallowed some water in an attempt to swim.
I see. Right.
He
Well,
seems
let's
fine
get him
right now, but
gestures to a couple, like 2 or 3 other men that are kind of watching from afar, not sure how to engage with you yet. You folks come give me a hand. Big one needs to move inside.
Thanks.
And they begin to carry you into one of the huts. And we'll cut there to Pura and Evadin. The two of you have landed in a crowded market, a city street. A cobbled sandstone type pathway you've landed on. And you're kind of, dusting yourself off, a couple of scrapes and cuts, but nothing, nothing overtly damaging. However, before you have time to do anything, there is a commotion that breaks out. A shopkeeper just, 150 feet away from where you're sitting up, begins to shout as a cloaked figure darts out of the store, clutching a bundle of different items, and a couple of them, dropping, and runs into one of the merchant stalls, tipping it over, and then sprints right past the two of you. And quickly on foot is a man, 5'8" or so, in completely tan garbs that has a veil that drapes over his face, obviously meant to keep the heat off of him, and runs down the road past you. Stop him right now! And the two of you are kind of shuffle out of the way to not get run over by these two individuals of high-speed chase. And anyway, yeah. What are the two of you doing?
So clearly this person stole stuff.
Yeah, and they've run.
What type of stuff?
Looked like just general goods. A couple of potions here and there on the high end, a piece of jewelry maybe, and then mostly just rations. Various fruits and bread.
Does the cloak figure look like the cloak figure from the beginning of this entire campaign?
Good question. Make a history check.
Yep.
Can I give guidance?
Sure.
You have guidance, so a D4. I would help, but I don't have a.
Okay. No.
I'll be sometimes.
You have no idea. Hard to tell the similarity at all.
Yeah.
And while you're pondering that, another cloaked, perhaps guard, if you will, in tan garbs, comes rushing in from the other side, opposite to where the chase has occurred. Evadin points directly at you and says, "Get her!" And a group of these cloaked individuals begin to run towards you to attempt to apprehend you. What would you like to do?
I am immediately. I'm going to. Ooh, wait. Okay, which do I do actually? So we have the chatter crystals.
Yes.
I can probably find. I can find my friend here. I am going to use the. You know what? If they're gonna do this shit, I'm gonna just use the ever smoking bottle.
Okay.
And I'm going to use the ever smoking bottle, and then I want to, if I have the time, to turn invisible.
Okay. You do not have the time. You have about one action.
Action,
so you
which
could,
is more effective, actually.
you
know what?
could
Actually, I'm gonna
unfortunately-
turn invisible first. I'm gonna turn invisible first.
Okay.
And then
You turn invisible.
and then I'm gonna bonus action try to just get the fuck out of the way.
Okay. You just scurry across. Pura, you watch as Evadin vanishes. Pura, what are you doing?
I don't know, man. I feel like he's like sitting there, really, really thinking about that black, shadowy figure.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden, Evadin just disappears, and I think he's just very confused.
Sure.
Doesn't really know what to do.
Okay, well, 6 seconds or so passes before these cloaked individuals are right next to you, Pura. They grab you, kind of hoisting you off the ground, and look you right in the eyes. Where'd you go?
Who?
Your friend! Are you an accomplice?
I don't know, man. I just got here.
You not know where she went? She was right next to you.
I look like back and forth on my sides. I'm like, who are you talking about?
All right, and then one individual turns around to the other guards following them. Fan out. We've got an invisible person on. And they all begin to kind of spread out across the market. And they kind of they don't really throw you to the ground, but they kind of like let you go enough to jostle you as you find your footing on the ground again.
Damn. They're mean.
They are mean. That's so mean.
Oh,
Is there any like scalable things I can get like away from, like get up on top of to like survey the area we're in?
Make a perception check.
I'm invisible.
do I know where Evadin went?
That is going to be a.
Oh, no,
is that a
Well,
that's going to be a 16.
16. You scan your surroundings. You are in the middle of a central marketplace. There is an oasis in the middle. Various palm trees sprouted up around it, and then around you is a bustling city in every direction. There are various towers that are all sandstone in color, that tan or beige, and some in places white. And then you've got buildings that have caps of gold or blue and green. Various flags flying. There seems to be a busy city center that you have landed in.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, there are various merchant stalls around here, various boxes that you could scale up on if you wanted to get some bearing.
So are they like? So quick question for the guards. So they've spread out, right?
Yes,
Are they like looking for invisible people?
that's what you heard them say.
Okay, so they know. Obviously aware I'm invisible, but they have no way to. They clearly do not have the seeings to see the invisibilities, and I can just roll super high stealth and will not be caught. Unless they have like, they have to have like they have to have super high perception to catch me. I will, okay. Well, I guess I will try to just sneak out of the marketplace.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a stealth check.
A what?
A
A
stealth,
stealth check? Okay.
Yes.
And because I'm invisible, I have advantage? Right? You get advantage on when you're invisible, right?
Yes. Yes, that's
Yeah. Okay. That's going to be a 26.
26. Okay.
And if a guard tries to catch me, I will have the ever smoking bottle ready to just uncap and just
Sure.
add to the confusion.
As you kind of are tiptoeing around market stalls again, it's early morning. From what you can tell, and as you are scanning around, I mean, even at this hour, people are busy, and there are merchants all over the place, and so it's less of a fact that you're trying to evade the guards, and more that you have to avoid being hit by a person, as you're tiptoeing through. So I need you to go ahead and make it just a general dexterity check. As you are kind of maneuvering your way through this market as not to bump into anybody or anything.
That'll be a 14.
14. Okay. You've kind of lost sight in the crowd of where the guards are. Pura, you watch as some of the guards are walking around. They pull out little bags of what look to be sand, and they ask the people to clear out of the way, and then they just toss it out. And it's just sand that kind of flitters through the air and then hits the ground. A very rudimentary tactic to try to find anybody that is invisible. Evadin, with a 14, you are kind of walking in the ocean, and you bump into a cart that is coming down the road. and it kind of wobbles a little bit, and a few of the potions on the shelves topple onto the other side of the ground, and you hear the shattering of glass. And then eyes across the market kind of draw to you. Not exactly your location, but they have an insight into where. Pura, are you following after Evadin, or you just kind of stay out of it?
I am. I'm also going to very discreetly take out my rust bag of tricks.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw something like not like in the opposite direction of Evadin, but maybe like near like a guard.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to see what that does.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead and tell me what you roll on that rust bag of tricks.
Please be aligned.
Make sure you have
Please be
that
aligned.
item pulled up.
I got it. All right. Please be aligned. A giant boar.
A giant boar. Okay. A giant boar appears in the market. You hear evident of the several screams of merchants as they begin to flee, shouting, "It's on the loose!" And just again, chaos breaks out in the market. The guards are distracted by this.
If the guards are distracted, I ran into a potion cart, right?
Yes.
Am I able to swipe a few potions then?
You can certainly try, although the cart is going by you. As it's
Yeah,
about
I
to
mean,
happen
I'm
anymore.
like, if I grab it, it just turns invisible technically because I'm carrying it.
If you want to
so.
make a sleight of hand check, then yes.
Do I have advantage with this since I'm invisible?
I would give you advantage not because you're invisible, because of the potion.
Okay.
That no, people are too busy looking elsewhere.
Cool. I'm just gonna swipe a few potions randomly. I'm not looking at specific ones.
Okay.
Don't use enough. I don't use enough. Oop. Well, thankfully, because of my thingy, it becomes a 20. Dirty 20.
All right. Yeah. You swipe 3 potions off the cart. 2 are yellow, and 1 is green.
I put them into my bag of holding, or I hold on to them as I like kind of move about, and then start like putting them in my bag of holding.
Okay. Very well.
Did I miss you stealing from the guy who's already getting stolen from?
No.
Yeah.
Not from the guy who got stolen from. Someone else.
We are trying to create.
They weren't careful with their. They weren't careful enough, and they accidentally hit me while I was invisible. So clearly, I have to take some potions.
Pura, since Evadin is, you have no idea where Evadin is gone, and Evadin lost sight of you as well. The guard seems to be, totally disrupted. They can't continue looking for Evadin in the marketplace if there's too many people. So one of them kind of approaches, only within earshot of you, not super close to your location. But you watch as
this light is super.
Seems to be an individual of higher station, part of this guard maybe, approaching the one of these guards persons in the market, and you overhear that individual speaking. Inspector Jasari, we lost their position, and I need you to make a history check.
Okay. Inspector Jasari. Oh, nat 20.
Natural 20.
21.
Okay. Wow. Jasari is eerily familiar to you. Not Inspector, but Jasari. And you remember as an individual. You get a closer look. This appears to be a wood elf. And begin to connect dots from someone from your past. But we'll cut from there, and I'll let you pick back up with Altrix. And Sizik and Mox Flynn in the middle of the desert walking north. Okay. It is now an hour or so has passed. Anaris is past its dawn breaking point, and it is now early in the day. And even at 8 a.m., the temperature has probably reached 98 or 99 degrees. And I need the 3 of you to make Constitution save.
I'm supposed to be good at those.
I think we all are.
16. Okay.
16, okay.
22.
22, okay. Mox also did well. So all of you stave off any heat exhaustion for now. But you know that continuing in open daylight, especially as temperatures increase, will only get more difficult to sustain. Okay, you're walking north. It's been an hour since we last saw you, and you have found nothing by walking north. At least not yet. Nothing on the horizon. Just more in every direction.
So, having me choose might have been a bad idea because if you remember, my babushka sort of took a lot of my connection with fate. So, this might not have been best idea, but I was hopeful.
Sizik, last time I chose, I walked the wrong way for 3 months.
Fair enough. Maybe this would be 4 months.
As much as I hate to say it, we could go back south. Again, I'd hate to have to undo an hour's progress, but also, when you walk north for 3 months and then you have to walk 3 months back, that is not fun. Let's see here.
Any
Let's
ideas,
see.
Mr. Mox? What do you think?
Well, our paths are still visible from where we came from, so we'd at least be able to find our back to our starting location. But past that, I have no idea. Desert heat's only going to get worse, so if we need to find water, and preferably shelter too, but
Well,
we're limited on options and supplies.
well, not exactly. I mean, my alchemy jug, as long as if we make it to tomorrow, I can produce some water from that.
Right,
And
tomorrow. And what if we don't make it to tomorrow?
oh, we should be able to. Worst case scenario, we could go into the siphon.
Okay, I mean, it's not a terrible plan. It just doesn't get us any closer to figuring out where we are, but at least it keeps us alive.
Yes. So again, I would say let's make as much progress as we can before we take a break in there.
Right.
I kind of was tinkering around in it a little bit, and now you. Long story short, we can't stay in there forever.
That's not good tinkering, but okay.
It's not the intent. It's kind of a work in progress.
I see. So are we turning back to go south?
No.
Continue north.
I mean, we still have east, west. Hold on. Okay. When we left Straxorus, and if it's morning-ish now, at what point in the world are we?
I would judge that we've gone east of Kiloway, or east of Phenorbia. Judging by the
East.
time change, it was almost noon there, so I would put us on Kilowea most likely. But that is, I can't validate that.
Well, if Veneris is there, yeah, that makes sense. So we are either, if I recall, from the airship map, we are either in the large, vast desert on Iazalon, or we're in a desert in Kilauea, which I don't really know about the geography of that. So
I'm not much help either. I've never been to either one. Sizik, are you from here?
Yes, but it was a very long time ago. I cannot promise that I remember much, if any at all. But you said that you believe us to be east of our original destination?
Right,
East
but
of
that's
our
not
original, east of
particularly
Straxorus.
helpful. Right, particularly not helpful, as there are numerous deserts that are east of Straxorus, as Altrix has pointed out.
No, but if maybe perhaps there is way to tell which direction from our teleport destination we are, I might be able to help.
Well, I don't think we have that.
I don't know. I can try to think and remember about deserts around Kilauea again.
I mean, it's
Maybe.
worth a shot. We're lost. Entirely lost.
I will put my nose to the grindstone, so to speak, and I guess roll another history check.
Yeah, I need you to make history check at disadvantage with a -10 on that modifier.
Can I give him the help action?
Sure. Actually, no, you can't, because you wouldn't know anything
well,
about
you wouldn't
either
know.
desert.
Hey,
So no.
it was worth an ask.
Okay, so it's only a -6 technically.
Okay. How lovely.
That's a 2.
2. Unfortunately, the deserts on Ayaz familiar. They look a lot alike. They're just rolling sand dunes, like what you're currently in. You have no idea if you're on Kilauea or as.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all you got.
Here's the thing. We can go just about any direction. Doesn't matter. If we can find a coast, we can work from there.
Unless we're hundreds of miles from the coast.
And we have no
therefore,
means of determining which direction that's in.
well, technically, if you walk in any direction, you would eventually reach a coast.
We have no means of telling which one would be the shortest direction unless... Okay. One moment. Turning a dial on the siphon, Altrix opens it up, summoning Cannibal out from the siphon.
Okay. Cool.
Just grab Cannibal. All right. I need you to go up and find anything that isn't sand. Okay? Anything that isn't sand.
I don't know what sound Cannibal makes. So.
Kind of like that.
Yeah.
And I will send it up and rely on its natural instincts of survival.
Okay. Well, while you do that, we'll cut back to Rancor, Paloma, and back at the Oasis shoreside.
So a few men have dragged Owunul's unconscious body.
Yes, and they are trying their best to provide medical aid, despite not having any medical experience.
Well, I suppose this could have been worse.
How? How could it have been worse?
Well,
we
as
could
you
be
ask
dead.
that, there is a villager that bust through the front door of this. They're back. They've returned.
Never
and
mind,
you
it
see
got worse.
all the men that are surrounding Owunul begin to grab spears, like fishing spears on the wall, and run out. And peeking
Have
your
all of
head.
them- Sorry.
Yeah, all of them.
No. Go ahead.
Paloma, you peek your head out the front door of this small hut and realize that a small scouting party of bandits has strolled into town, and seems to be entering a confrontation with the villagers.
Awesome. Okay. I say we hide in here and wait for the shit to blow over.
What's going on? It sounds like they're under attack, possibly.
Yeah, there's bandits or something.
Well, normally I would say yes, stick to ourselves, but they helped us. They could have let us. I mean, you probably would have been fine, but they could have left Owunul to drown. The only fit, and they at least gave us directions to fucking hijack.
Yeah.
It's. I get the sentiment, but I'm gonna go help them. At least, at the very least, make sure Owunul's okay. I don't know what intentions these bandits have, and I'd rather him not be a slab of meat on the ground for them.
Sure.
I will run out.
Now he's serving us.
You hear one of the bandits, "We demand tribute!" And the villagers, we've given you what we have, we don't have anything else. "I do not care! We demand a tribute nonetheless! Hand it over or risk your lives!" And the villagers are, again, very skeptical, don't know what to do. So Rancor, you kind of approach getting behind these villagers as they're in this face-off against these bandits.
Approximately how many bandits?
Initial run-through Ozen tells you that there are 4.
And how many villagers are there?
Like 6.
Okay. I thought there was like at least 10 villagers.
No.
Can Owunul... fucking... Why do I keep saying Owunul? Can Ozen give me like a brief rundown of what what the bandits appear to be wearing? Like, do they seem heavily armed, or do they seem like your typical bandits wearing just casual ransacked gear that...
Yes. Can you make a perception check for Ozen? I will do the modifier in my head, but can you make the roll?
Yeah.
Like, no.
It's a nat 20.
Crazy. Okay. Well, super easy then. They seem to be wearing leather armor. Got a couple swords. One got a crossbow. Run-of-the-mill bandits, to my opinion.
Does one appear to be the leader of sorts?
Not amongst the initial group, no.
The initial group. Does he happen to sense any more approaching?
With a natural 20, he senses the presence of other bandits waiting a little bit further out of the village. Not that far away, but ready to jump in if we're...
I take it he can't tell how many, just that there are some more.
Yeah, just more.
Okay. This is going to be a horrible idea. I will walk to the front of the villagers. Ozen still being in cane form, although I don't know how much a cane works well in the sand.
Yeah, it doesn't work super well, but that's okay.
Trying to appear as non-threatening as possible.
Yeah, for sure.
What appears to be the issue here? I just arrived. I'm a little new.
Villager kind of leans in. These bandits have been a problem for several weeks now. They keep coming back every couple of days demanding tribute, and he just relates to you. But we've given them what we have. We don't have anything left. They take all the fish, and the fish in the oasis are limited. We can't take more than we have, and they've taken our coconuts, and even the very few copper pieces that we have.
I see. Who speaks for your group, gesturing to the bandits.
One of the bandits speaks up. We're all speaking here. Who are you?
I'm Rancor.
You got tribute, Rancor?
Not exactly.
Nice cane you got there.
Yes, it's made of wood.
Yeah, you don't find a lot of things made of wood around here.
Well, apparently there are coconuts around here, so there's gotta be trees.
Oh, he's a smartass too.
I have a habit of doing that. Why are you harassing these villagers for tribute?
Because we can.
But why? You're already in a hostile environment. I'm not familiar with too much deserts myself, but they're not, to my knowledge, they're not the friendliest of places. Would it not be wiser to try and work together to share resources and survive?
That's ridiculous. Are you a newcomer? You fitting in for villagers that you've never even met before?
I literally did.
Who are you?
Okay, could someone else speak instead of this man who apparently didn't listen to anything I said?
Kind of motions to one of the other bandits, who raises a crossbow. Rancor, tread really lightly.
Okay, let's get something straight here. I'm not looking for a fight. I'm trying to find a more feasible solution than y'all coming here every few days, demanding tribute from these poor people who are barely getting by on their own. Because if these people run dry, what else do you have?
Make a persuasion check. At disadvantage, but...
Can I use a luck point to overwrite that?
Or you can use a luck point to re-roll one of those numbers before you tell me what they are.
I can't just do it to cancel it out and just get a single roll.
It technically doesn't work the same way, but sure, I don't care.
Okay. I take it I can't cast guidance in this situation.
No, you cannot.
Does Ozen happen to have proficiency in persuasion checks?
No, he does not.
Damn it. That's only a... What's that? That's only a 13.
13. Okay. Paloma, are you watching from the front door, or are you just inside hiding?
Can I hear everything without peeking?
Yes and no. Hear parts of it.
Okay, then I'll peek out because I want to hear it all.
Okay. All right. You see, obviously, what I've described: a bandit who is pointing a crossbow at Rancor. Honestly, about to pull the trigger. Tired of this. Yehu. Who the heck does? Yeah, who does this guy think he is? And they're about to pull the trigger. You're about 120, 130 feet away. But I'll give you 6 seconds.
I'm how far?
About 120, 130.
Easy. I will... From Rancor or from the bandits?
From Rancor.
Okay.
The bandit would be, probably 30 more feet, so 100. You're looking at 160 feet or so.
Okay. I will just use that'd be movement, bonus action dash, and then action dash. And that's 150 feet. So.
Yeah. Okay. Just
fucking flash.
Yeah. Okay. You are coming out of hyperspeed. As you right in front of this bandit's face.
Well, okay. I don't want to stop right. I don't want to do all 150 feet. I don't want to go right up to him. I want to go in front of Rancor.
Okay. right next to Rancor's side.
What? The?
Yeah, dust. Just
Paloma, what are you doing?
That guy was about to shoot you.
I'm aware.
I don't want you to get shot.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. I will cast message. Why
Don't
not? I
shoot
can't really
my
cast.
friend. I point at the bandit.
we got 2 newcomers, is what it looks like to me. Twice the loot, in my opinion.
We don't have anything on us worth stealing.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, apparently they really like my cane. So.
Clothes on your back out here are enough worth stealing for.
Yes, my very long, baggy coat. A coat that doesn't really serve well in the desert. You know, it's kind of hot.
Mm.
Regardless, I know you've got more hiding just outside the village. Do you really think killing or robbing everything these people have is going to benefit you at all? According to them, they barely got any fish left to sustain. And from my understanding, this is a closed-off oasis, and you take all the fish away, and they can't reproduce, so no more fish. AKA, you go hungry and you starve.
One bandit turns to the other 3. This guy's trying to convince me to do something nice because it's logical. That's ridiculous. I say we kill him.
I say
You
turn around and leave, and we won't
Oh.
kill you.
Short little bird girl, what you gonna do about it?
Why don't you shoot me and find
You-
out?
But believe me, you don't
And
want
gives
to
a
find out.
nod, and in fact does pull the trigger on the crossbow, and quickly moves it over from Rancor to Paloma, and now would be a good time to roll initiative.
Okie doke. I couldn't have rolled that earlier for the persuasion check.
Desert combat music.
21.
All right, 25-20. Okay, anybody above 21?
22 with a nat 20.
Okay,
I rolled a nat
22
20 for the
Rancor,
fucking initiative.
21 Paloma. Okay, 19 for the bandits, and 6 for the villagers.
That's rough.
All right, but Paloma, this is a surprise round. So before Rancor takes his turn, you've got a reaction if you want to use it.
Well, does he hit me?
Well, I suppose I should roll to find out. What is your AC?
18.
18. Yes, with a 19, that would in fact hit you.
Okay, roll damage.
Okay.
Just gonna eat it back in his face.
It's not going to be very much, but... Oh, that's actually a lot. Haha. 8 points of piercing damage.
Okay. Well, I reduce it by 22, which means
Okay.
I get to yeet it back at his face.
Okay.
So what is it to hit? Oh wait, no, it's
Um,
just sorry, I get to yeet it back at his face. He has to make a dex save. It's not I roll to hit, he rolls.
Gotcha. Alright, well, that's a pretty bad deck save, I'm not going to lie. That's only 7, so,
So 2d8 plus 4. I throw his own arrow back at him and do 14 damage.
14 damage. Alright, it goes right into his trachea, just sticks in, and that bandage just falls backwards, and it's dead. The other 3, now not having a crossbow, pull their scimitars and short swords, and begin to charge towards the villagers.
Wow.
But Rancor, it is your turn.
These idiots. Very well. How far away are they?
They're 30 feet in closing.
All right.
Do we see or hear the rest of them coming towards us, or no?
Not yet, but on your turn, you can make a perception check.
Probably a waste, but fuck it. Maybe I'll scare the other ones. I'll just cast Moat of Hell on the center of them.
Okay.
So, 50-foot radius sphere of darkness, brimstone, and blasting heat. They
And
can't
you want to
see.
cast it. You want to cast it at the center of them, because that will also affect you, Paloma, and the villagers.
Okay.
At 50.
Cast it to a point where they're not. Where they're in
like
it. And we're
behind them. Yeah, behind them. Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't do anything yet, but when they start their turn, they take fire damage, and when they have to make a Wisdom save, if they end their turn in it.
Right.
To
Does
take
it
extra
impede
damage.
does it impede their visibility at all?
Yes,
darkness?
they are blind. They're
Okay.
just magical darkness,
Noted. Okay. All right, a
And-
dome of darkness just.
and not even magical light can disperse it. So
Got it. Copy. Okay. Rancor, anything else? As you all lose sight of the bandits and they lose sight of you.
just sit there and wait.
Okay.
I will tell the villagers to just back up to a safe distance.
Yeah, they're like, who are these people? And they're backing up. All right, Paloma, it is your turn.
Okay. I guess perception check to see if there's anybody else.
Sure.
12.
Well, with the magical dome of darkness in the way, it is hard to see that position.
Yeah.
So you're not quite sure. You don't know where the other bandits are. I'll say that as your bonus action.
Yeah. I can't see any of the bandits, so.
Sure.
Don't know what I.
Sure. Okay.
I didn't think this far through.
It's okay.
I guess I will ready an action for
Okay.
one of them getting close enough for me to hit them.
Copy. Okay. All right. It is the bandit's turn. You need wisdom saves.
Yep, wisdom saves on those three, and any other ones that haven't created in that spot.
Okay. What is the save DC?
Actually, wait. The wisdom save is only when they end their turn. At the start of
Got it.
their turn, they just take 3d6 fire damage.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that 3d6, and I'm just gonna
Want me
save
to-
those rolls for.
For me to roll individual, or just all
No.
one?
Roll one blanket across.
Yeah. All right. Total, that will be 10 points of fire damage.
Okay.
To all three of
Got
them.
it. Okay. And then they make a wisdom saving throw. Okay. What is the wisdom save DC?
16.
16. Okay. All right. And what is the effect on a failure or success?
If they fail, they take 3d6 psychic damage.
Okay.
So they either fail.
Yes. Yes. At least one of them failed.
All right. That is going to be 12 points of psychic damage.
Okay. Copy. Okay. Paloma. Coming out of the sphere of darkness, right like 5 feet to where you guys are standing, basically in melee. You first of all, from inside the darkness, you hear screams of both blazing pain and then like a killer migraine. And only one bandit who is on fire, screaming and goes, looks terrible. 3rd-degree burns, scalding on his skin, and triggers your reaction. Go ahead and hit him.
That's gonna be a 25.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely hits him.
It's a mercy kill at this point.
And that's gonna be 14 damage.
You like punt him back into the sphere and watch his flames just take control, and he just burns to ash as he enters into that dome of darkness. All 3 bandits have died inside the sphere.
Nice.
So, it is the villagers' turn, and they are just gonna stand there in like awe, but also fear, and do nothing else.
gonna drop this now so we can see if there's any more.
Technically, it's not my turn. I can't do that.
You can free drop it without it
Okay.
having to be
Well,
on
the
your turn.
villagers just
Yeah.
went, so it is your turn.
That's true. It is actually your turn now.
Oh. Never mind. It is my turn. I will drop it. Can Owens keep that perception check from earlier to know? If
no,
okay.
he'd have to re-roll,
Okay.
and I will roll for him because now I actually have my available. After scouring through, Ozen has no idea because that's a natural.
Bruh.
Ozen's like, oh, sphere of darkness, clever. I can't see.
No, there's actually no darkness there. I would ask if I could hear them running, but they're running on sand, so probably not. I'll take Ozen and point him up, making it noticeable to any of them that are approaching, and turn him into a sword form. If you are approaching, I'd suggest you kindly fuck off.
Sure. Okay. Paloma?
Can we say that?
Oh, yes, Rancor.
Can we say I can try and do an intimidation with that?
If you knew where they were, then I would say yes. Fortunately, you don't. So you don't know where to direct them to.
Okay, well then I'll just hold my action to
Okay.
attack when one appears.
All right, Paloma.
Okay. Could I possibly make another perception check?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. 14.
14. You almost wouldn't see these except the villagers lean up to you behind you, and you turn around to see one of them has snuck around behind one of the village huts with a crossbow and is coming in from the side, kind of flanking you guys. And you catch that one. And then as the dome drops, you see two more that are hiding behind a dune, ready to jump out, and they've gotten much closer now. That's all you can see with the 14.
Okay. Mason, I'm not seeing whether this feat is this just something that I burn. It's not like a bonus action or anything.
Which one are you asking for?
The one that you messaged me about.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think, hold on, I have to pull it up.
Sorry. How far away are these
No, it's
people?
okay. They're, 60 feet out, and then the one right behind you is 35 or so feet out. I want to say that this feat replaces your movement for this turn, but to activate it is not an action or a bonus action. You just do it.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's limited use, so.
Well, if it replaces, I don't think so. I think it's just something that I can kick on after the fact. Because if it replaces my movement, that kind of is.
Oh no, you're right. I actually know exactly what you're talking about.
Anyways, I'm gonna go for the one behind us first, because he's closer.
Okay.
You said he's 35 feet away?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna go for him first. And I want to roll to hit him.
Okay. Go ahead.
That's gonna be a 15.
Yep, hits.
Okay. That is 8 damage, and then I'm going to burn a key point to do Hand of Harm as well. So that's 8 bludgeoning damage, and then sorry, so much to
Good.
scroll through.
I know.
Okay, so that's 8 bludgeoning damage, and then 12 necrotic damage.
Okay. The bandit, as he's raising the crossbow to shoot you, just absolutely annihilated before he even can put his hand on the trigger. And yes, Anna, I did clarify by checking the feat, you can just activate it, and it does tack on to your.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was 35 feet, and
Yep.
the other people are.
So now you're now you're Pythagorean theorem. Hold on. You're like 70, almost 80 feet away from the other ones.
Okay. So, sorry, this is like actual math. But I
The
still
math
can't
is
do it in my
happening.
head. Okay, so I'm going to use the rest of my 15 feet of actual movement, and then use my bonus action to dash.
Okay.
And then I am still a little bit further away, so I'm going to burn that feat and get the rest of the way there.
Okay. A sonic boom just blast out from behind you as you just step through faster than the speed of sound now. And just right into those bandits. Yeah. A sandstorm just kicks up through the village.
And it gets me actually, I have 5 feet extra movement. Can I run straight into one of them? Would that do damage
Absolutely,
to both of us?
I'll make a dexterity saving throw, but it's going to be a disadvantage because you're moving so... No, that's totally a fail. Improvised weapon using your body will be a d10,
Okay.
but probably because of your speed, we'll do 2d10. So go ahead and roll 2d10 for that bandit.
So what I'm hearing is that in the desert, she's a fucking menace. And she's already a menace.
Yep. I've created a monster.
2d10, that is 15.
15. Yeah, you go right through his body entirely. Like his bones, you feel them like crunch as you just like his body collapses in on itself. And he just breaks in half as you run right through him. And you turn around, 5 feet away, looking at the other band. Has this absolute fear in his eyes looking at you. Drops the scimitar he's holding.
I still have an attack.
I know. I'm aware.
So I'm gonna hit him next.
Okay.
Or try to. That's a 21.
21, yeah, absolutely hits.
That's only going to be 7 bludgeoning damage, but then I'm also going to burn another key point and do Hand of Harm again.
Okay.
That's another, so that's 7 bludgeoning plus 7 necrotic.
Okay, this guy is killed. Just absolutely obliterated. Okay. Anything else on your turn, Anna?
Do I see anybody else?
You can turn around and make a perception check.
He's out for blood.
Do you have a bonus action available still?
No.
Okay, then no, you cannot make a perception check on this turn.
No, that is the end of my turn.
Okay, alright, bandits, okay, villagers are, again, Rancor, they're like dusting their faces off with sand, and are looking to you like, what the hell just happened? And they don't know what to do. But Rancor, we'll bring it back to your turn there.
That's not good for the lungs. Y'all just like huddle up, keep an eye out for any others. Ozen, do you sense anyone else around?
Yeah, actually, there seems to be another bandit out that way and kind of angles the blade of the sword to point in the direction of Paloma, but past Paloma, that seems to be backing up. And he looks like he's about to turn and flee.
Approximately how far away is he?
From our current position, about 200 feet. And yes, I'm well aware that that is way outside of his typical range, so I'm... Yeah.
Damn, that's sad. I was hoping to Eldritch Blast him, but he's outside of that range. What direction from Paloma? Like directly in front of her?
Directly behind her. And running.
Paloma, I don't know if you can hear me, but there's one behind you running.
Okay. Well, Paloma, on your turn, since Dan has or Rancor has relayed that to you, you don't have to make a check. You turn around, and there seems bandit that is kind of backpedaling away, like slowly realizing what happened, and then about to turn into a full sprint in the other direction.
How far away from me is it?
Like 120, 130 feet. But is entering a full sprint by the time you see, probably adding another 30 or 40 feet onto that. So really 160, 170 feet.
Okay. Then
So what I'm hearing is that's within range.
Anything's within range for Paloma.
I want to. So he's like, how far away again? 140 feet.
I'll say 150 feet
150
for simplicity.
feet. Okay. Then I would like to chase him down. I'm going to. Okay. Hold on, I have to do math again. Okay. So if I can... I can't quite reach him, unfortunately. Although
Unless you use the feet again,
I
Anna.
can, I can, yeah, you're right.
Another one.
I can use it twice subsequently.
Yeah, you could.
Okay.
And that if you did that, you would move 10 times your proficiency in feet.
It's 10 times the proficiency bonus the second time and 15 times the third time.
Yeah, I know.
What did you make, Mason?
Sonic boom.
I reach him.
Yeah, and it's just repeated booms after each other as Paloma just. Yes. Now you do lose your next bonus action and take 2 points of exhaustion.
I do.
But
Oh, thank heavens.
But,
That's so worth.
But you do arrive. You actually pass the bandit captain, and he like runs into you.
Sorry, I forget what the levels of exhaustion are again. I know I get minus something to my roll.
-2 for each level of exhaustion, so you're at -4.
Okay.
Well,
I would like to
to
try
all
and
of your
hit
rolls.
him twice.
Okay.
Okay. First one, it's 24 for the first one.
Yeah. Okay,
And-
Anna, that hits.
Did you do the -4?
I did actually. Yes, I did.
That's the scary part.
Good
Um,
God.
and
Just
then the
keeping our game
second one-
honest.
The second one is only going to be mod 20.
That also hits. Oh no.
Okay.
You decided to give the busted ass bird the ability to go super sonic.
This is what training does. Yes.
The first one
Monk
is
shit.
going
That's
to
crazy.
be. The first one's going to be 14, and the second one's going to be 9.
9, okay. Sure. Just takes those. Doesn't seem as weak as the other bandits. Seems to be able to take those hits. And it still has some health.
I would like to earn a key point then.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Do you even need to roll at this point?
Yes. -4's a lot. You could
Is
get a
it?
natural.
It's
Yeah, you
-4
can
to all
miss.
rolls.
Yeah, all rolls.
All D20 checks.
All D20
Yeah,
checks.
which is all rolls.
Well, then that's not what this
except
is. This is just hand of harm.
Oh, are you rolling a D20?
Nope.
yeah, that's what I meant. -4 to hit, like all that, not
yeah,
to damage.
so I don't
but...
have to roll to hit for this one.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is just going to be another. It's another 7 necrotic.
Okay.
Is he still up?
Ouchie. He is still up.
Okay, then another 11 necrotic.
Okay. He looks really, really bad, but is still alive.
Okay. That's the end of my turn.
Okay. All right. The bandits. Since he's there, he will multi-attack you. That's much better. Okay. All right. 2 hits on you are going to be a 20 plus and a mod 20. I think
Okay.
both of those hit.
Yep.
Okay. These are so little damage. Why? Okay, alright, that's max damage. That's almost max damage. Okay, alright. You take 14 points of slashing damage.
Do I still get reactions with exhaustion or no?
Yes, you do.
Okay. Then I would like to roll to reduce one of those.
Okay.
Shoot.
It was 9 and then 7 in the damage category.
9 and then 7? Okay. I'll
Yeah.
do the first one then.
Okay.
Yeah. I reduce it by 19. So.
Yeah, okay. So you only take
Uh,
7 points of slashing damage.
Yep. And then he needs to make a dex save.
Okay. Alright, oh, that's actually high. That's a 17.
Ah, he passes.
Okay.
So I reduce the damage, but he doesn't. I don't get to make an attack on him.
Right. Okay. That is his turn, though. Villagers, Rancor, they look at you. Who in the hells are you people?
Lorem Ipsum.
Noted. And that's their turn. Rancor, you're up.
I'm not even gonna bother, considering
Okay.
I haven't heard. All I've heard is the sound of someone exploding from Paloma running into them, the sound of Paloma punching them to death, and the sound of her blasting off, which is something completely new, multiple times, and hearing more punching in the distance.
Yep.
I'm just going to assume she's got this covered and just
Okay.
wait and
Noted.
stand in her sandstorm and
Okay.
wait for her to
Alright,
return.
Paloma, it is your turn. You do not have a bonus action this round.
Yes. Okay. 2 attacks, -4 to each of them.
Yep. I have so few hit points.
One of these will not hit, probably. That's going to be... Yeah, one of these definitely won't hit. The other one is still going to be a 19, though.
Okay, 19 hits. What was the other one?
The other one is... It is a 7. No, wait, 11.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't hit. Okay,
Yeah, figured.
19
I rolled a
does.
6.
That's it. It's okay, no worries.
Alright. That is going to be... hold on, sorry. 10 bludgeoning damage.
Okay, he has 8 hit points. So you... How do you want to do this?
So he... I don't know. I just want to, like, I'm angry. He's hurt me. I'm exhausted now. I just want to, like, clock him across the face.
Okay, just... And you, he didn't break his neck, but you hear that, like, crunch sound that, like, sounds like he, like, definitely dislocated something, and he just... and falls, sideways. You know, a man twice your size. You just clock him across the face, and he is down. Therefore, ending our combat. Did either of you take a single point of damage?
Yeah, I took 7 hit points
No.
of damage.
Oh, right. Okay, that's right. The last damage.
Were we at full health when we started?
Yes,
should've
you
been.
just had you had taken a long
Okay, I don't know why I wasn't.
dead. Okay. Well, Paloma, as you make your way back to the sea streets, we'll cut from there to Group 3, which is Evadin and Pura. Pura, are you still with us? There you go. Cool. All right. All right, Pura. We'll pick up with you. The name Jasari, as one of the guards seems to be speaking with.
What do I remember about him?
All that I told you. You
I didn't-
recall that name sounds super familiar
Mhm.
from someone in the past.
That's it. That's all I know.
The only Jasari you have, Artem Jasari.
Is Artem?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna like try to tail them.
Tail them? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. All right, Evadin, what are you doing? And Pura, go ahead and give me a stealth check.
I've gotten away, right?
Yes, you have fled the scene.
Cool. Is there like
13?
an alleyway I can get into?
Yeah, once you get away from the central market, yes, there's plenty of ways you can sneak into.
Okay, I'm gonna sneak into an alley I'm gonna try to find an alley that has nobody.
Sure. Okay.
When I
Easy
find
enough.
that alley, find the alley, I'm gonna drop invisibility. Do I look like Evadin, right?
Yes.
Great. I'm gonna use disguise self to transform into just like
Okay.
kind of like someone, like just a normal person that like combined features of like the people around and just look like just try to blend in.
Okay.
Like,
Noted.
yeah. So
Okay.
like
You
just
disappear into the
Great.
crowd. Anything
Mhm.
you'd like to do? You've again lost sight of Pura.
I'll
There's a wild boar on the loose in the market. You can
I
still
will
hear the
also,
distant
while I'm
commotion.
in the thing, I'm gonna send Crow back to look for Pura.
Crow flies out. Pura,
I'm gonna.
yeah.
I'm gonna say
Go
like
ahead.
I'm gonna like as I'm trying to tell them, I'm gonna like try to like mingle into the crowd,
Okay.
ask people like where we're at, or
Sure.
try to
Yeah.
nonchalantly ask them where we're at and all that stuff.
Yeah. You learn that you are in a place called Central Souk.
Central Souk.
Yep.
Okay.
People are, again, these are merchants. They're asking if you want to buy stuff. They've got various wares, textiles, and spices and fruits available. Are kind of their three main wares. You see occasionally ocean keeper, but those three things are their main things that you can purchase. But you again are trying to just use it as a disguise. And you kind of watch as this wood elf, Inspector Jasari, and the other cloaked man finish a conversation and then begin to kind of exit opposite back to where you guys entered the market, past where that robbery was, and you're trying to tail them, right?
Or at least Jahardi.
Jasari.
Just sorry.
Yeah, Jassar. Okay. You kind of follow behind him, and he gets back to where that robbery occurred from that shop that you and Evan, and then seems to turn into, like, make a hard 90-degree turn right past it. Seems to be going down a street that's a far less crowded and much narrower.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, you gonna keep pursuing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Seems to walk, kind of stop to talk to the shopkeeper for a moment. Seem to be discussing probably details of the robbery, and then to continue. And then the alleyway comes to a T, and he
And he what?
goes right.
Okay. I'm gonna go right.
You round the corner, and you, as you arm chop through, and your hands are out in front of you. You're not carrying a weapon, but that is what the intent of this was. Prevent you from using a weapon against this person. Inspector obviously aware that he failed, and has caught onto you. And so as you round the corner, grabs or attempts to grab something out of your arm, fails to holding, and then slams you against the dagger up underneath your throat. Who are you?
Is there no way that I know that I remember his name in a good way or a bad way, or just the name?
Just the name. Artem Jasari. If
Okay.
that is his name.
My name is Pura. I I I overheard you talking to your lieutenant in the square, and your name sounded really familiar to me.
Make a persuasion check.
Eight.
8. Okay. What business do you have with the Dune Vale?
What's the Dune Veil?
It's the guard force. We're investigating a robbery. Did you have something to do with that?
Nope. I just got here, man.
What'd you say your name was again?
Vida.
Make an insight check.
Wow. Okay. A 3.
3. Okay. You do not notice anything on his face, but he relaxes his hold on the dagger, kind of lets you off. You're a Vida. Aethlun?
That's where I'm from. Is that where you're from?
And he drops the dagger on the ground. Man, I thought you were dead! And he actually goes to hug you.
Oh.
And again, this is a man that you acquaintances with back in Aethlun. And to your knowledge, in this exact moment, now the only other survivor of such a tragedy.
Oh. Okay. I think I'm just gonna like awkwardly hug him back because I don't.
Yeah.
Or I mean, like, do I know who he is at all?
It's been a long time.
Long time, but
Yeah.
like,
Talking 20 plus years since you've seen this man.
but I would have like.
You would have known
Known?
him. Yeah, known his family.
Okay.
Known
That's
him
okay.
in Aethlun. Yeah.
Okay. How did you survive?
Pulled myself from the swamp. How'd you survive?
I think I was out fishing. Oh yeah. I was out fishing and I came back to the whole village on in flames.
You're a long way from home.
Or you?
What brings you to Pajakin?
Well, my friends and I are kind of investigating a lot. Or I met some friends in Provenere, and there's been a lot of stuff going on there. We think that there's someone involved with all of the chaos in Provenere here.
Chaos and Provenere is news to me. Never been to the place.
Yeah.
After, well, you know what happened. After that, fled. And then the penultimate happened, and I was in Jelly Mist Harbor. Boat came to Kilauea, helped with the rebuilding efforts,
Mhm.
and I got a job as at the time just part of the Dune Vale, but Spectre. It's
Wow.
crazy to see you here.
It's crazy to see you here. I didn't know anyone else survived from Aethlun.
I thought I was the only one.
Well,
Sorry to jump you in the alleyway, by the way. I knew somebody was following me, so standard protocol.
and by the way, that girl that you were looking for earlier.
Yeah.
You
You know her?
I do. Yeah, she is one of my party members, and we just teleported here, so there's no way that we would be involved with anything here.
Your friend's a tiefling? Because we're looking for a tiefling that just stole from this man's store.
Yes, but it's not her because we teleported there not 60 seconds before that all that stuff happened.
Okay.
And there was a dude who was in a coat that was running the other way as soon as we came to.
Okay. Well, I'd still love to talk to your friend, if that's
Yeah, of
all
course.
right.
Yeah, if I if I can find her, honestly. She likes to hide a lot.
Yeah, one of the Dune Veil told me she gone invisible.
Yeah.
Pesky invisibility spells.
Well, what time is it?
It's early morning.
Or morning? Well, if you don't mind, I'll just I'd like to go with you, and I don't really know where I'm at or what's going on.
Sure. Sorry, you said it earlier, but remind me again
What do you say, Mason?
what brought you to Pajakin?
We think my friends and I are trying to find these it's a certain group. I don't know if you've heard of uh it's not a half moon.
It's a crescent moon.
Crescent moon. We think that they want to hurt us and that they are linked to some really bad people, and so we're trying to find out if they're here. And we
Right.
teleported, and then just me and I don't know.
Your friend. You
My
and your
friend,
friend.
me and my
Yeah.
friend got separated from all my other friends.
Gotcha. Sounds like you may have misfired your teleport spell. Can you cast teleport?
I like it. I can't, but one of my friends can.
Got yourself some nice friends, I guess.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
Regarding your crescent moon, I don't think I've seen anybody with crescent moons around here. Probably not super helpful for you, but you could check the central souk. We were just there. It's a main marketplace around the oasis, and
Mhm.
Kind of the core of Pashakin, and outside of that, again, don't know. Sorry though.
Oh no, that's fine. I mean, we came here to investigate anyway. But saying that we just teleported here, would you mind if I maybe crashed at your place until I can find a place to go? We can catch up.
I mean, I'm kind of busy with work, but if you're okay tagging along, maybe a little later.
Yeah,
But I gotta figure
sure.
out where this robber went.
I am interested in that robber too, so let's go.
Okay, back to the core souk, I guess. And two of you kind of stroll your way back, and then Evadin, you are in. Go ahead and give me a
Sorry, could you repeat that? You did cut out a little bit.
perception check.
All right. I'm guessing with this is with Crow, since Crow's trying to find them.
Yes.
Alrighty. Looking up the Raven monster. Wow. Is going to be yeah, that's what I thought. I will give, of course, it gets guidance since I'm not. It's not that big a deal. It's not the greatest, but it's not the worst. That is a 14.
14. You kind of scan across the core souk, the main marketplace here. It takes a little while before you set eyes on Pura, and he is accompanied by a wood elf dressed in a olive-colored cloak.
Can I recognize it being like a clearly like military rank kind of type of deal?
It does not really stand out to you.
Oh, all right. If it doesn't stand out to me, and Pura, it look like Pura is willingly going along with this person, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Cool. Crow will just land on Pura's shoulder.
Okay. Pura, you feel the raven kind of touch down.
Hey, Crow. Oh, do you, I told this guy, turns out we're actually friends and that, Evadin is safe now. So if can, um, so, if she wants to come out or wants to meet up with us, that's fine.
Can Crow? So I'm not actually like I would say is like I'm probably not watching through Crow, being that I'm trying to move through the streets as well on my own. But Crow would then be able to telepathically tell me that found Pura and where, and then can Crow
totally.
do an insight check with my stuff on the man to see if he whenever Pura says that, does he have any like reaction to it, almost like not that he's like he's actually has ill intent other than just wanting, like is maybe it's not exactly lying a bit.
Yeah. I would say to do an insight check, that would probably require you to be those eyes. Focus. Trance.
Crow can look over at the guy. Crow's an intelligent bird.
Yeah, but not human level intelligence.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Crow has this. Let me see. Let me see what the intelligence of Crow is. Yeah, okay, maybe you're right.
Right.
I mean, okay, so I couldn't do like an insight check on this.
I mean,
with
you could
Crow.
use Crow's intelligence, but otherwise you can.
Crow,
you can
that's wisdom. Insight is wisdom.
Sorry.
Yeah, Crow is actually decent wisdom.
Yeah, but that would only be relaying telepathically to you. Or you could look through Crow's eyes and then make a check for yourself.
All right, I'll look through Crow's eyes then and dig the check for myself. If
Now
that's
that does cause you to trance in the middle of the market.
Mm-hmm. Well, I step aside quickly to just do the trance for like the 6 seconds just to get a quick kind of vibe check. Okay, that is going to be a 0.2.
Okay.
I will. Yeah.
A guy. You have nothing to base this man off of, other than he's a wood elf, which Pura is also a wood elf. And you kind of piece together from the surroundings. You don't see any other wood elves in this area.
Okay. So I can't get like a vibe to see if he's like.
Yeah, seems familiar to Pura. Doesn't seem to be forcing Pura around or kind of walking together. But that's the 22 even yet or so.
All right. Evadin will start making her way through the crowd towards where they are as they continue walk. Did they stop or are they walking around still?
They're walking around.
Okay. Bro will just sit there still. We'll sit there. And give a little squawk.
Sure.
Actually, since crows are ravens can talk. Right?
They can
More or less. Yeah,
mimic
sounds.
I was waiting for Aidan to chime in.
Okay. Would Crow be able to mimic one word, like the word coming?
If you'd heard
That
it
has
before,
multiple syllables. I'd make you check. It'd be a dice roll.
Okay. What about something like on way?
Still a dice roll.
Dice roll. Even if Evadin were literally just said it to tell Crow to say it.
Yes, it would still be a dice roll.
What the type of thing that's checking?
I'm gonna have you roll a d20.
Okay, just a d20. Alrighty.
Yeah.
15.
Okay. Pura, you hear crow just kind of caw a little bit, but on way. Just kind of real fast chirp almost.
I turn to I'm not gonna get this name right.
Artem Jasari.
Artem Jasardi.
Yep.
Okay. I turn to Artem and say that my friend is on the way. This is her crow.
That's a raven.
Yeah, it's kind of confusing.
Okay. All right. Well, look forward to meeting your friend.
Yeah, then I guess we just kind of they do their business, and while Evadin like starts making her way towards them.
Sure. And while you do that, we cut back to the desert, where Sizik and Altrix and Mox are still walking north.
Any word back from Cannibal?
No, and also make a Constitution saving throw, all of you.
Ugh.
This dice has been rolling good so far. This dice is no longer rolling good.
Yeah, you said that, and my dice started rolling up.
I don't know.
Okay,
Maybe we'll be okay. Depends on DC. It's only gonna be a 10.
10. Okay, Sizik.
7.
Okay, 7. Mox is the only one that succeeded. Both Sizik and Altrix, you take 1 point of exhaustion as the desert heat is starting to get to you.
I will say something that is like very noticeable is like as we've been walking this whole time, Sizik's been like breathing heavily, but not in the way that you would when you're like tired, more in like a panic, and like fidgeting with his paws a lot
You
the whole time.
you doing all right, Sizik?
Yes.
You sure?
No. But there are
Friend of Mox.
more pressing
Oh.
matters.
Yeah. You know, all things considered, this ain't too bad. At least speaking from experience, the cold is far worse.
At least.
Mox, who's trudging a little bit ahead of the two of you, and he is not, turns back to you, Altrix. It's 9 a.m.
Yeah.
I think. I don't have a timekeeper, but
Yeah, I got something for that. I'm gonna check the time orb.
Oh my god.
morning.
It's 9 a.m.-ish.
Great.
Okay. Does anyone have any other ideas?
I can give us false hope.
I that's not an idea, I suppose.
Wait, you. Never mind.
I'm sorry?
I had a thought, but then it wouldn't help all of us.
Sizik, we're not doing anything else.
I'm not going to leave you two stranded here.
Sizik, we can at least talk about it.
Oh wait, I don't even think it would work anyway.
I'll just stop and pick up Sizik.
Okay.
Sizik, what is it?
You have crystals, yes? The speaking crystals?
Yes.
You could ask Pura to grab me from his hat. It would not save all of us, but it would help one of us.
Unfortunately, I do believe that has a range on it.
Is why I said I don't think it will work.
Yeah, and I suppose I don't know how well off they are. Though I think we should at least send something. I will pull out the chatter crystal.
Yeah.
I think all I'll send is Altrix, Mox, and Sizik lost in desert. How y'all doing?
How
Hey.
you doing?
And everybody can mark one use of the chatter crystals down. And all of you that have a chatter crystal, which I believe that everyone hears that message.
Mr. Mox,
Yes.
you are strong, no?
I guess.
How high straight up could you throw me?
Not very far.
What if you and Altrix work together? At height, I might be able to see something.
Mox looks over at Altrix, scans him up and down. Not very far.
Besides, if we could see anything from above, Cannibal would have found something.
What is a cannibal?
My dragon firefly.
Right, your pet. I cannot think anymore.
That's fine.
Either of you boys need some water.
I have some of my own.
Sizik?
Sizik?
Yes. I
He-
feel as if my fur is going to burn off.
Pulls out his water skin, about half full or so, and hands it. Take a drink.
Take a swig. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Let's think here.
And to what you said, I would much prefer cold, because at least then my fur would be benefit. Warm.
Oh. Well, I guess it depends on how cold. Okay. Do we have anything we can figure out where we are, so at least maybe we could tell them exactly where we are, and then... Oh, I haven't prepared for this.
Mason,
Yes.
could I try and ask Mrs. Stelia what direction to go?
Sure. You can try.
His religion check with a -2.
Yep.
Actually, it's still a +2, but it's not as good as +4. It was almost really good, and then I rolled a nat 1. It went from a 17 and then flipped over to a 1.
So you tell me, Sizik, how a natural 1 manifests when you're trying to commune with Delia.
It's like I try to sort of reach out as I've done before, like kind of mentally trying to like speak to her, but I think instead just a burst of like magical force just throws me back into the sand as it's like, no, just no.
Sizik!
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
That's out of the question. Stand up.
Looking around, is it just sand? Nothing else?
It is only sand.
Okay.
You can make a perception check.
I mean, no reason not to, I suppose.
That's
No, not-
that's a good spirit for a person lost in the desert.
Not that dice. That dice it disappointed me.
First. Sadness.
Wait, I have proficiency. I will assist.
Okay.
Taking advantage.
I don't know if it will help.
It's
So we're gonna
better-
go with the first one, a 19.
19. Okay. You look out across the dunes and see nothing. But the faintest shimmer of water on the horizon, due northeast of your current location.
Okay. We're heading that way.
I trust you. Because I have no other choice.
The two of you will say walk for another couple of hours, so I'll have 2 more Constitution saving throws from you.
What about Mox? Does he just not walk with us?
Mox was a
Sorry,
figment of our imagination.
Yeah, Mox has never been.
He never actually came.
He is a mirage.
He was a mirage since the beginning. He actually never left Provenere.
Okay.
Okay.
A 21 and a 19. Or actually, 19 and a 17 because of exhaustion.
Yep. Okay. Noted.
6 and 11.
Okay. Sizik, you take 2 more points of exhaustion. Mox, drinking his last drop from his water skin on the end of that second hour, realizing there's nothing, and also takes a point of exhaustion. Altrix, you see the water. It's getting closer. At this point, you're all static, right there. And then you stumble and land in the water as the mirage dissipates in the daylight.
All right.
We're going to die out here.
No, we're not.
There is nothing but sand.
We need to take a break.
Yes, we do. Anaris will be
Afterwards-
right on us in the next few hours. There'll be no shade.
We'll continue on once it gets dark again. In the meantime, I will open up the siphon.
Very well. And as you do that, right before you enter, this strange, distant whistling noise hits all of your ears. Do you still enter the siphon, or do you hold?
I will pause.
Okay. Well, while you do that, we're going to cut back to Rancor and Paloma. In
Bob.
the in a desert village on the outside of an
Tick.
oasis. Tick. Yep. Paloma, you have returned to Rancor.
Currently dry heaving. Well, okay, we know at least. I assume you heard that too. Altrix, Mox, and Sizik are together.
Yeah, that still leaves.
But they're
That still leaves Pura and
Janorum.
Evadin and Janorum.
Yeah, it sounds like Sizik and them are also in the desert,
Yeah.
but they don't seem to know where they are. The villagers said Anaris is rising in the east, correct?
Yes.
Or,
Rises in the
in-
west. Sets in
Sorry,
the east. It's opposite
west.
of our sun.
and they said Pajaking is about 22 miles northeast.
That is correct.
Okay. Well, we at least know roughly where we are. we could send out our own sending as a status so everyone knows where we are, and hopefully with our information that Daenerys is on our west and Bajak King is northwest or northeast of us, that could hopefully give them a little bit of direction, assuming Daenerys is in a similar position as them.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad idea.
However,
Let's see.
I will walk back to the tent or the hut. Is Owunul still passed out?
Yes. Yes.
Unfortunately, I don't know if we can go anywhere with him like this. I mean, you're strong, but I don't know if you can drag him the whole way. I definitely can't help. I don't know if it's
No,
best
I
for
don't
us.
think we can.
I mean, I don't think Ozan has the ability to lift him. I mean, he could maybe make it slightly easier for you, but
Well, if we're gonna go anywhere, we should wait till dark to do it, anyways, because it's about to
I
be reach
agree.
midday, and I could use some rest. So hopefully,
Yeah. What was that? You.
I don't know. Not exactly sure what that was, but
I,
I
I think Ozan told me you ran through a guy and turned him into mush.
yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I was just I really needed to get over there, and I was really angry at them, and I was real determined to get there. And it kind of felt like when I do hand to harm, and I use my key to do that.
You mean the
But
thing that when you hit with your toes and it like really hurts?
yeah, whenever it like gets all weird, black and veiny, or when I heal people, it kind of felt like I channeled the same thing. But I don't know. I've never done that before.
All right. Well, that is a very, let's say, useful improvement. At the very least, if me and Owunul are screwed, you could at least probably run to Paja King in about 5 minutes.
I
Maybe.
mean, maybe, but I'm awfully tired now.
Yeah, I think y'all could both use rest. Him especially.
Okay, I
Can I
say
make a
send him
miss?
a message. Then we take a rest, and then if we're all good this evening, we try traveling.
Excuse me. I'm sorry if I'm interrupting.
You are.
Damn.
I'm sorry. Y'all folk are awesome.
Oh,
I mean, you saved our village.
I got 2 of them. She did the rest.
Still, they've been terrorizing us for weeks, and y'all took quick work of them.
glad we
I
could
talked
help.
to the other villagers, and we don't have much, but we'd like to have y'all here this evening, if that's okay.
Something about this evening?
A little bit of a feast for you this evening, if that's all right.
Oh,
I'm-
sure.
I just.
I
Look at the people.
what?
Huh?
They're gonna be cannibals.
We can handle them if they are.
I mean, don't want to pass down the offer, but are you sure you can spare for us?
Yeah, we could manage.
Well, I was hoping we could head out this evening, but
Well,
Oh, you can
What
still
time?
leave this evening. We'll do it at a nearest down, and y'all folk can get on the road. If you're headed to Pajaki, it'll take you a little, and leaving at night is probably better.
do you know approximately how long it would take? You said 22 miles. A couple
22
days.
miles.
How
No,
far-
no, you can make it in the evening. We're done.
What about dragging this one, assuming he doesn't wake up?
Right. We may have a solution for, but give us the afternoon.
thanks.
We appreciate it.
Of course.
Um,
And please, I know I overheard you saying you need some. Please, rest.
Well, I guess we'll go back in the hut with Owunul and
Okay.
take a long rest.
Okay.
It's the middle of the day, so we have plenty of time.
So, how's the
we
sound
should
for
send... Yes.
how's the sound for a message? Paloma, Rancor, Owunul alive. The nearest west, Paja King. Paja King's one word, right?
It is.
Yes.
Okay. Northeast, 22 miles.
I think...
Owunul
Go ahead.
unconscious. Can't move. Owunul staying at Oasis till awake. Leave evening. Status. That should be just under 25.
Yeah, but
Yep. I
One,
think
two,
that's
three,
correct.
four,
what is
five,
status
six.
for?
Asking like them, like what's their status? We
Well,
heard a
they
little
can't-
bit from.
Yeah. I don't think you need to ask. I think the assumption will be that Pura and Evadin will use the third charge to hopefully give us their status.
Assuming.
Okay.
I mean, I can get rid of it, but I mean,
I'm
what
just
else would we-
worried that
what else
it's
would we-
gonna that it implies that we want a reply from Sizik and Rancor and Altrix, which we do not, because that would waste the third charge.
Sizik dies because he didn't get to answer the Shadow Crystal.
Should I replace it with others to try and imply?
No, just
What about?
just don't say anything. Or if that's under 25, you can just say Pura Evadin.
Is northeast is a compound word, right?
It is, yes.
So that counts as one or
Yep.
two?
I'll give it to you as one.
Okay.
It's okay.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So I can indeed put, and I totally haven't written this out in a document. This is totally.
Yep.
But I can
Rancor's writing on his little notepad.
So Pura, Evadin, and I can also put Genorum, because that'd be 25 exactly. Well,
Okay.
I guess I wouldn't put Genorum because she isn't in our little. She's not part of the group, so.
Yep. She doesn't have a Shadow Crystal.
All right. So, then I will send that out.
Wait, hold on.
Rancor is paused, holding the Shadow Crystal. Oh no.
I'm dying.
Okay, hold on. You can say...
No.
Hold on.
Dan is just.
Shut the fuck up. You're fine. Paloma, Rancor, Owunul at Oasis in desert, 22 miles southwest of Pajakin. Owunul unconscious, plan to leave tonight if possible. Pura Evadin, you with Cleo. That's 25 exactly, and it gets the point across.
What did you say about Owunul?
Owunul unconscious, plan to leave tonight if possible.
Okay, she said it really fast, so I can remember half of that.
Okay.
I'll
So
say that.
instead, you put the Shadow Crystal in front of Paloma, and you say that message, and I'll assume everybody else in the group already understands the context of that message, and you receive that from Paloma.
Only just. Well, I guess we'll get to it whenever it's our turn. Never mind.
Yes. There is only one charge left, so everybody mark another charge off the Shadow Crystals for.
Yep.
See, they are useful.
Who said they weren't?
I'm just kidding.
I will try and check on Owunul. Can I tell approximately how long he'll be out?
The man drowned almost, and so he's gonna sleep for probably 24 hours.
Oh, lovely. Well, I appreciate you coming out to help, Paloma.
Sure. Didn't want to shoot you.
Fair enough.
You almost talked him down, I think.
I tried. He made it look sound so much easier.
Who what?
My father, he used to be quite a diplomat in a way. The way he described it, it was super easy. You just talk to people, find a middle ground, and then everything goes happy, go lucky. Doesn't in practice doesn't seem as easy.
Oh, yeah. Talking to people's hard.
Especially when there are a bunch of assholes who want to shoot you. I suppose now is the best time as any. I know you're upset with me. I'm not quite sure how to address this. But what happened back in the Twin Reservoirs, that wasn't me.
Yeah, it was.
It was, but it also wasn't.
Was someone controlling you? Did
Not,
someone make you choose that?
not exactly. It's hard to explain. I just know that in certain situations, I'm not quite in control, if that makes sense.
It doesn't.
I know it doesn't. I still don't know quite myself. I just know that when certain things happen, particularly relating to my past, I'm not quite on the forefront of my actions, if that's the right way to put it.
And it makes you do stupid shit.
I would probably agree with that. I don't know if he would.
Who would?
The other me.
Is that Ozen? Is that...
No, that's not Dozen. At least I don't think so. I'm. I think it's fair to say most of y'all can reasonably assume Rancor is not my actual name.
Yeah. And? It's what we call you, so it's your name.
It's mainly what my other side goes by.
There's two people in your head, or... Sorry, I'm
That's-
confused.
I know, I don't really understand it. I haven't really sought anyone who could understand it. I just know that when I'm in a position where those from my past are prevalent and that who you're talking to now is pushed aside, and Rancor, with quotations, comes out and kind of takes control.
And you're sure you're not just making up a second personality as an excuse to push your shame and your disgust with your own actions onto someone else?
I'm not sure, honestly.
Kind of sounds like, like, you sure you're not doing this just to avoid responsibility, or?
I take responsibility that even if Rancor is a different entity than myself, that I still did those things, just not exactly wanting to do it. I would have, as much as I despised Gavavar, Karamira, and the others, I would prefer that they seek justice through the proper means. I'm fairly certain my parents, my father especially, would not be pleased to know that I've gone on some blood crusade in their name. But the other part of me has kind of taken his own path to do what he feels is right. That being Rancor. I guess the real me is what my parents would call me, Velmon.
Okay.
But I know I know bad things happened. I know that's not an excuse. Me having some deep internal issues doesn't excuse me for killing Gavavar. I mean, he may have gotten an execution sentence through judicial means, but it's not my place to bring the axe down.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily him dying that I had a problem with. It's that you put us all at risk by doing it. We had to go down to the guard station, and we had to prove that we weren't involved. And we're lucky they believed us.
I don't know what the other one would say, but I'm sorry that I put y'all through that. That whole situation was, pardon my infernal, fucked royally. I believe that we probably could have gone about that a bit better. Doesn't help that Pura was also on a similar quest as mine. We'd been kind of talking together and seeking this man out. If it was just me, not him, it probably could have went maybe smoother if there weren't two people bloodthirsty.
So, are you just going to throw us under the bus every single time someone comes up that is on your list?
No, I don't. I don't want to.
But you can't control it.
No, I might be able to. Like I said, I don't really understand how I work. Just that it happens. I have noticed that I seem to be more reasonable and I don't know if normal is the right word, but functionable when I'm not in a position like in Oceavesta / Hydroxovexin. Like, just earlier, do you think the Rancor from the Twin Reservoirs would have went out to protect those villagers?
I don't know. Up until 30 seconds ago, I thought it was the same person. So, how the hell am I supposed to know? Up until you kill Gabavar thieves, I thought that Rancor wouldn't do something like that. You just keep proving me wrong, and you just keep, like, I can't assume anything about you. I can't assume that you're safe to be around. I can't.
Yeah. It hurts to hear that, but you're not wrong. I don't really know myself if I'm a safe person to be around, considering I seem to be of the volatile sorts.
And how am I supposed to trust you around Sizik anymore? Any of the people that we're probably hunting down the other people on your list. They sound like awful people, and we're hunting down awful people. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were involved. Awful people love to flock to each other. So the next time we come across one of them, and you fly off the handle, and you throw everybody else's safety away, what then? Why are you dragging us? Why are we even with you? If you're, do you need us for something, or?
I'm not sure. I was on my own for 10 or so years. All I had was Ozen. And then I met Altrix in the Rosal Woods. And he kind of just stuck to me. And then we ran into you two. And we all seemed to be headed to Provenere. I guess maybe I just didn't want to go by myself again.
I understand not wanting to be alone. But part of being with the group is looking out for each other and not putting others at risk for your own vendetta.
I know that, but I don't think he gives or cares much. I mean it when I say this, that I don't wish any ill harm upon y'all. I don't want any of y'all to get hurt. But I don't know how well I can keep up that desire of mine when I'm not the one in control.
Fine. Tell Rancor, though, that if he puts my brother or any of our friends at risk again, I might end up being another person on his list. Because I won't let that happen again.
Understood. And I will kind of clearly uneasy for multitude of reasons, kind of stand up and give a slight nod at Paloma before walking out of the hut.
Paloma, you prepare yourself to take a nap. And there's been a lot of chaos in the last hour or so since you got here, 2 hours. And you're just now starting to take inventory. What should be with you. But there's one thing missing. And that's the manifest that you handed to Janorum when she teleported all. And that realization dawns on you. Or middays, I should say. And that is also a good point to take our break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly. And welcome back to Scattered. Again, all three of our groups scattered across the map. One with a definitive location in one with a definitive location 22 miles southwest of Pajak, and the other lost in the desert. That is totally okay, though. We pick back up with our third group, that being Evadin and Pura, within the core souk, the central market of Pajakin here. Evadin, you have finally, in disguise, though, finally found Pura and Artem Jashari, and are able to approach them if you'd like.
Are they interacting currently with anybody, or are they just with themselves?
Right now, they're just walking. They're kind of talking to each other, but no, they're not really stopping to talk to anybody else other than that.
I'll approach them. I assume the chatter crystals have gone off at this point. We just heard
Yep,
them.
You've heard both a chatter.
Do I know
crystals,
where we are currently?
You do not. Pura does, but
Okay. Because I had something I had something Evan was gonna say. I want if I could get the chance to do it. All right. Anyway, I will walk up to them,
okay. Very well.
knowing that Pura's already said her names. I'll walk up. I'm gonna still stay disguised, and we'll be like. I will walk up to them and be like, Pura.
Evadin?
Yes.
Oh, hey. This is my my I guess friend from my village that everybody died in. Yeah. Anyway, he's in charge of actually, what are you in charge of, Arden?
I am an inspector of the Dune Vale.
Oh yeah,
Not in charge of much. I just do the inspecting part.
the Duneville. And anyway,
Is that the group that tried to grab me?
yeah, but I think it was an accident. Is what it sounds like.
Was it an accident?
Do you mind dropping your illusion?
Why?
Just to confirm that you are not the suspect we're looking for. It is a clever trick, but I have a keen eye.
I will drop the illusion.
Okay. Scans you over. Well, you are a tiefling, but not the tan one.
Yes. I am not the tiefling you are looking for.
Pura says that you're from outside this place.
Yep.
So what brings you to Pajakin?
Oh, Pura, what have you said?
Oh, Pura can answer for himself in a moment, but you, please tell me, what brings you to Pajakin?
Want me? We're. Can I do like an insight check? Like I obviously I can. I guess no, I don't need to do an insight check. Clearly, he's obviously trying to get more information from me.
Yeah, obviously trying to validate that your story is the same. I suggest you be truthful.
Mm-hmm. This is not the for DM. This isn't the place we're trying to go to, right? This specific place.
Pajakin, that is the exact place you're trying to go to.
Oh, we are trying to go here. Okay.
Yeah.
We're looking for people. Some people who are from around here that are related to some members of our group.
Could you be any more specific?
And why should I be? Why you? I have no reason to trust you with that private information.
And I do not have any reason to trust you either. But unless you want to get arrested, I suggest.
I haven't done anything wrong.
No, you have not. But withholding information as part of an investigation, you remain a suspect. May not the main
You just said yourself, I'm not the tiefling you were looking for.
Look at it and help. I'm not naive. And I can tell you're not naive either.
Can I do an insight check on how, like, because obviously I know this guy can pretty, like, probably see through my disguises. That's pretty obvious. So he has a keen eye. How, like, relatively, like, strong he might be.
Do you have an ability that would let you do that?
Not specifically, but more just trying to get like a vibe of it, type of deal. Like,
Yeah. Other than, I would not say you could roll an insight for that, unless you have an ability that would strength. But you can tell he seems to be a person of station, and therefore would hold some kind of power
yeah.
or ability. But other than that initial run through, an insight check is.
Okay. These people have no concern with what happened in the market.
Can you
And I
prove
have
that?
nothing. The people we're looking for are not tieflings.
Again, I ask, can you prove that?
I haven't found them yet, so I cannot say I can't that they. I guess I cannot say that with 100 with definitive proof.
Well, and I guess the only proof that we really have too is that we literally teleported right at the instant of the robbery. So there's no way for us to be involved. I don't
Yeah.
even know where we were.
I still have no clue where we are.
You're in Pajakin, in the Korsuk, downtown. Forgive me, Pura, I do not mean to express mistrust, but you must note it is quite odd someone from my past appear. It is my job as an inspector to pursue every lead.
I mean, I understand. I'm just as confused as you are, to be honest. I, again, thought that nobody survived.
Yeah. Which also would put forward it's pretty weird to have someone related to Pura show up at the place that we're going to.
You seem to be pursuing a red herring. So why don't you once again tell me, in more, what exactly you're doing, Pajakin?
Is he saying that like pursuing a red herring is with me saying that he might be suspicious as well?
No, he seems to be saying that because you are asking questions unrelated to answering the one, which is a red herring. Pursuing information that's not relevant, if that makes sense.
Um,
I don't think it's my information to share who we're looking for. I would need permission from the people who are related to those people to say it.
Okay, well, maybe it would be better if we waited to talk more about why we are here and who we are looking for when we find our other the companions, Evadin. And then that will be able to
Mm.
validate our stories.
Well, then you certainly would not mind if I held you for questioning.
Well, if you hold us for questioning, then we can't find our friends. Can you help us find our friends?
I'm sure they'll find you.
I don't know, man.
You are particularly evasive of my questions, so forgive me.
I just don't see how your questions are relevant to the crime scene.
Because it's odd that two individuals, one who is a tiefling, who might be accomplice, and a person from my past would just show up at the exact moment that a crime was being committed. I mean, I have no proof that you teleported here. You could have just appeared. Could have been hiding. Again, it is my job to pursue every lead. And I hope for your sake that it leads to nothing. But I have to pursue it nonetheless.
I just don't know how we would show you any proof. Really, until we find our friends.
Right. And if your
Yeah.
friends arrive, then they can attest to your lack of involvement to a crime scene and perhaps validate that you are, in fact, what you are doing here is the truth. And then you are free to go. But until then, you remain a suspect, and I must hold you for questioning. Or you could give me something tangible, a physical piece of evidence that suggests that you are, in fact, not involved in this crime scene, or you can be more willing to share information that you so do not deem necessary or worthy to share with me, which is, by the way, highly suspicious. Tabaxi got your tongue?
You know, you say it's a red herring, but I am answering the question of, at the very least, why I'm not saying what I'm saying.
Yes, but because I do not know who you are and have no valid proof that anything that you say is real, then, again, forgive me for asking further. You haven't really given me much information. You said you came to Pajakeen and you're looking for some people who might be connected or relatives of someone else. And according to Pura, they are crescent moon individuals. How very descriptive on all fronts.
Information that I would like to share.
Did
So are
I
you
hear
folks? Oh, go ahead.
the chatter crystal messages?
You did. Yep.
Okay. It was 20 miles.
Yeah.
What was it?
Paloma and Rancor and Owunul said 22 miles southwest of Pajakeen, which from your location would be, or they said, yeah, that would be southwest from you as well.
Do you know of a town or a settlement 22 miles south of here?
It's not exactly in my jurisdiction, but yes, there is an oasis with a very small number of villagers about that distance in that direction.
And how
Why?
long would it take for them to get here? They, say traveled by foot.
Traveling in the current temperature at the height of the day, depends on the average person, would probably take 10 hours.
Okay, how about you don't detain her, and we stay with you and try to help you solve this case until 10 hours or so, and to when some of our friends should get here.
Right. Which is a great idea for you two. But if you chose to turn invisible again and nods towards Evadin, or run away, you see how that would be an inconvenience.
Yeah.
So
got
I
nothing.
won't hold you in a cell. I won't keep you in chains. I will just simply hold you in a waiting room until your friends arrive. You can tell them you are being held at the headquarters of the Dunevale, and he gestures to a building right across the Korsuk, several floors tall. Should be relatively easy to find.
Is it comfortable? Or are we basically going to be sitting in wooden chairs the entire time?
We'll see how you behave. So are you going to willingly walk with me, or do I need to arrest you? I see I'm speaking to no one. Hello there. Are you still with me?
Evidence thinking.
Yeah, you better think faster.
I mean, is Pura gonna say anything? Or is Pura waiting for
I've
evidence?
tried, man. I don't know what else
Oh no,
to
I thought you.
say.
Because is it so? Oh, I thought it was supposed for both of us to agree, or does it has to be me?
I feel like mainly you. So I'm Pure is just waiting for your answer because he's tried.
The only thing we're doing is just sitting in the waiting room.
Basically, yes. It's a very easy thing to do.
I'll agree to it.
Pura?
Can I bring my alcohol?
I prefer if you stayed sober.
Okay.
Great. Wise choice. And he begins to escort the two of you in front of him across the Korsuk and towards the Dunevale headquarters.
While we do it, I'm gonna pull out the chatter crystals to say stuff.
Okay. 25 words.
25 words. Let me see because I had funny thing I was gonna say at the beginning. I gotta think how am I saying
And
it.
no pressure, but this is the last use of the chatter crystals for today.
I know. So, just to make sure, we're at the Duskmane.
You're going to the Dune Vale headquarters in the
Dune
Core Souk, which is right in the center of Pajakin.
Dunevale, one word.
No, that's 2 words. Dune Vale.
Dunevale headquarters. In what's the place called again?
In the Core Souk of Pajakin.
Okay, I'll just say this Korsuk.
And Core Souk is also 2 words.
Pajakin is one word though, right?
Pajakin is 1 word, yes.
Mason, I have a question.
Yes, Anna.
Is it Central Sook or Core Sook? Because you've called it both.
Yes, it's the Central Oasis and the Core Souk.
Okay, thank
But
you.
the names can be kind of blended together because they're in the same. They both indicate the center of town.
Okay.
But yes,
You.
thank you for clarifying.
As we are walking, I'm going to attempt to hide my flask in probably my boot.
Okay, make a sleight of hand check.
A 10.
10. He grabs it as you reach down, trying to slide it down really, really subtly, but it's not subtle at all. Says, "I'll be taking that," and puts it into his coat pocket. You can have it back once your friends arrive.
Oh, I'm getting that flask back.
Oh, you can have it back. I do not drink.
Okay.
I don't know if Pura can go 10 hours without drinking.
Quick question for the DM: how long of a pause can I have in a sending?
There's not a specification technically, but if it's like obviously a lengthy pause, I'll just say that's where it cuts off. Like obviously you have to pause for commas and grammar and all that stuff. But if it's
Okay,
like,
because I was
by the
gonna
way,
do. I wanted to
here.
do a pause for suspense because I'm gonna do a funny. I have a funny joke that I think Evadin would do.
It's up to you.
I think Evadin would do, but it would be like a small pause.
Okay.
Well, I'm asking that's why I was asking how long
Yeah. The truth is, you don't know. You don't know where it cuts off at.
because the way sending works, I believe it sends those you say the words and then it sends it, right?
Usually it's just happening as you're saying them.
Yeah,
And
like
usually sending occurs in 6 seconds. Yeah. Usually it's a 6-second window.
6-second window. Okay, so 25
Because
words.
25 words is the average you can get out in 6 seconds.
Okay. 6, 10, 19. Okay. 1 second. I'm trying to figure out because the message I have has 21 words. No, it's not worth the semantics for it all. I guess because it would be the whole thing of if it happens in 6 seconds, it would be I could pause for less than a second, then say the rest of the stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be okay.
Okay. So Evidence gonna I feel like this is evidence type of humor for things. So do this ending. We'll say, "We dead." Just kidding. Pura and Evadin in Dunevale headquarters in course Souk of whatever the place is called. I cannot remember the name.
Pajakin.
Pajankeen. Being held by Veil, note Janorum.
Okay. And those of you that have shadow crystals hear that message and can mark off the final use of shadow crystals for today. Okay. And as the two of you are set in a waiting room, behind a locked door, not in just the main lobby, but in a waiting room, we cut back to our first group, lost in the desert, where they hear the whistling noise in the distance. And I need all three of you, or I guess the two of you, and I'll roll for Mox, to make perception checks.
Okay.
Oh yay, my -6 is gonna be so helpful.
Oh, right, I get a minus... Is it just -2 for me? I think I only took one.
Yeah, -2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mox also has one.
Also, sit.
10.
Don't suppose cannibals come back yet?
Nope, he has not.
9.
Okay. Sizik?
10.
10. Okay. Mox is 12, so all kind of in that general ballpark. Yeah, that is a high pitched, like squeaking, almost like, or a whistling, but almost a squeaking, and
Let's take this.
breaking through. You're kind of in a valley between two dunes, that kind of trough area, but breaking headway over the top of one of them, as you look to the northeast of your current location, is a creature of some kind. And attached to this creature is a sled of some kind, and a human guy seems to be just like surfing on the back, zipping across the desert. And upon further inspection, even with your low rolls on perception, this creature is a dolphin, but made entirely of sand.
Okay, I was about to say.
As it just and kind of sliding down into that trough, obviously comes to a halt as whatever nomad you've stumbled across has noticed you as well. You folks okay?
It's another mirage.
Oh, sand person. Why can't we not get to real things?
My name
Another
is
snake.
my name is Zaris. You folks look like you need some help. Feel okay?
I turned to Altrix. Wait, can Mirage talk?
I'm just throw like a little rock at him.
Ow!
Large one. Just to like see if it bounces off him.
Yeah, it
It's not
does.
large.
Ouch!
It's like that thing was less than an inch wide. That should not have hurt.
Why are you throwing stuff at me, man?
The last thing we saw wasn't real.
Yeah, that's called the Mirage. Happens a lot out here.
Where are people?
Well, it depends on where you're trying to go. If you keep going this way in the direction you're heading, you'll eventually get to
Where
the
is
giant
the
gym.
nearest people?
Well, we're about halfway between Giant Gym Docks and Pajakeen.
We need Paj. Jacques. I can't.
You need to Pajakeen? Well, I regret to inform you folks, but you're headed in the wrong direction.
Wonderful. Cool. So where?
So I'm actually headed there if you folks need a ride.
Can you fit us?
Yep.
I think we can. What do you think, Whistlefin?
He can carry the siphon if need be.
And the sand dolphin, responding to his name being called, kind of releases that high-pitched whistle again. Whistlefin says it's fine.
Right.
All right. How long till there?
Well, we're about 20 miles or so. So, I don't know. Whistlefin goes pretty fast. Extra weight, though. A couple hours.
Couple hours? Awesome. Here, hold this. I'm gonna hand him the siphon.
Sure.
Get us to Pajakeen. I will pay you money.
Oh, great.
We'll discuss it later. And
Sure.
I will open the siphon for myself Sizik, and Mox.
Okay, and all three of you just he picks up this canister and looks at it and goes, "Where'd they go?" He shrugs his shoulders and stuffs it into his
So long
satchel
as he
bag.
puts it on his satchel, gets his
Yep.
pleasure key,
Sure.
that's a win.
No more sun.
We have
This
6 hours in here. Inside, this is a air-conditioned facility.
It
Sure.
feels so nice.
Okay. We
I've
can
never
take
been
some
in
time.
here. This is. Did you build this?
Oh, yeah.
Seriously impressive.
It's a work in progress. I kind of was trying to work on some of the storage units to essentially make the fuel more powerful. Byproduct, it made the place a lot hotter. So I had to upgrade the cooling system, but it can't really run all the time. So our time in here is limited.
Still, wow.
Also, it needs to vent sometimes. I haven't quite figured out how to do that, but that's a problem for another day.
Right.
We can sit down.
What's this chamber for? He points towards the
it's
engine.
Just some magic, energy production stuff of the sorts. That is the siphon, I guess, to suppose. It just draws energy from objects of magical
Wow.
attunement and whatnot.
He kind of leans in. Did Daikia teach you how to build stuff like this?
Oh, well, not this necessarily. No, I mean, there was a lot of different, aspects of it, yes, and, well, not necessarily her doing, just kind of, just some of the reading material I happened across.
Right, reading material. Okay.
Well, I just remember one thing about just extracting energy from, just any gemstone. Then there was a work published about someone who said that energy could be extracted from anything of magical potential, and I just kind of combined some elements of that as well as some experimenting with Raven Gear Whistle back in Provenere.
Yeah, I was about to say, some of this looks like her design. But the complexity is, well, the only person I've ever seen build something so complex has been Daikia.
Yeah.
Well, actually, Ulthos has a lot of genius ideas too, but his was mostly waterworks.
Who?
Ulthos? Rowanman,
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I just
the Grand Master of the Collegium.
weren't on a
Vidal.
first name basis. Sorry, it's just long day.
Yeah, it has been. Well, we got at least 6 hours to chill, so.
Yeah. Hey, Mox.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I didn't.
Sizik, no, it's fine.
I can wait. Please.
Mox.
Yes.
About Onyx.
What about him?
We first came to your home in Provenere. We overheard a bit of your conversation.
Yeah, it's a bit tense, but we're all right.
He made mention of his relationship to my mother.
Oh, I see where this is going. Yeah, sure.
Was there anything to that?
No. No, it was not. A few times, though, I wondered if it was going to happen, but she was focused. And, well, she was a little upset with him at one point, but I think that upset feeling kind of passed over whenever we thought there was a traitor in our midst.
Right. You mind elaborating on that?
Yeah, sure. How much do you know about Akadon?
About as
How I
much
got
as you've told me.
Right. Well, there's obviously more to the story. You know, a lot of times what I'm going to tell you isn't necessarily relevant to the project investigation. It is how it kind of began, if you will. You know, at this point, I don't know if the beginnings are that meaningful. Well, at least not maybe to you. They were meaningful to me and still are, but how much time you got? 6 hours? I think I can sum it up in that time.
Yeah.
All right. So it all started before the penultimate. Myself, Onyx, Daikia, Andrew. The four of us were teenagers, looking to make some headway into making our names known. And we did a research project that kind of scored big with the Collegium and also, well, just Fenere in general. It's kind of the inciting moment that got us all to this position. But long story short, we were looking into a place called Caldenhide. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Not many places I have.
Fair enough. Well, while we were there looking, no one's ever found the crash site of Caldenheim. But we were investigating at Alani Point, which is kind of the southernmost tip of the Union of Fenere. Again, super young. But Daikia found a journal of some sort. And it was quite peculiar. I've never actually looked in it, but she was super cautious about letting anybody lay eyes on it. But there was this person that we think was in charge of that city at one point, 6,000 years ago. And they called him the High Magus. And this journal belonged to him, we think. That's what Daikia speculated. And somehow it survived in the water for 6,000, 7,000 years. I don't know how a book lasts that long other than magic, but it made mention that the inspiration for the attempt to make Caldenhide the flying city that it was aiming to be was a place called Akadon. So Daikia started drawing the lines, I suppose, on the chalkboard. And the implication was that if there was a city that was willing to model itself after an even older, more powerful civilization, that would be something to look into, especially considering the fact that all of our research projects was focused on ancient and historical societies. But we started looking, and Akadon didn't really appear anywhere else. But it was right about the time that tensions, I'm sure you've heard from Mox and maybe elsewhere in Hestara, were kind of on the
I'm sorry,
rise.
I heard Mox, and Mox is telling me this?
Onyx, thanks.
Okay.
Sorry, I was like, I thought you were going to say I cut out. Sorry you heard from Onyx, my bad. I'm real tired. The heat exhaustion's getting to me, okay?
Yeah.
And Onyx, and maybe elsewhere. But the tensions in Hestara were kind of beginning to build. And the Chancellor of Veneria at the time, Felix Grinthal, was interested in our work, knew about our successful research project into Caldenhide, and offered us a contract, if you will, to investigate this Akadon, because it was related to our findings. But in order to get that funded, there's a lot of finances involved. Onyx was kind of in charge of that. And Onyx may have told Chancellor Grenthal something, or made it an agreement of some kind that he didn't really consult the rest of us with, especially not Daikia. Daikia's whole goal of finding Akadon was for research purposes, to investigate. Ancient magical things they can be useful. That was her thought process. But to get the project funded, Onyx told the Chancellor that we would bring stuff back, and we would let them have it, and if it would be helpful in quelling the Hestaran tension. The Chancellor seemed to be quite interested in that. So then you get Project Akadon. But Onyx never told us that was what happened when they had that conversation, how it all got started. We thought we just hit a stroke of luck. But they pulled in the Grand Magister at the time, Selka Buckner, and we started doing research. Well, Andrew found out through some means or another that Onyx may have omitted some things to us and decided he would cause a little dissension amongst our group, and told all of us that. Well, Daikia wasn't mad, but she wasn't exactly pleased either. That wasn't the intent of the project, but it was what we had signed a contract for, and not knowing that's what we had agreed to, she decided we had to keep our word, because that was the right thing to do. So that's where the tension, I think, comes from Onyx and Daikia. But believe me, she was interested, I think. But she was also driven and focused, and when your mind is set on something like that, you don't really have time for anything else. Well, the rest is history, and I don't know how much interest you have in the rest of that story, because it doesn't really pertain to your question, so perhaps that's enough.
I want to trust people. It's nice being able to do that.
Right.
But my brief experience out here has taught me that is not something you can do callously. You say we can trust Onyx, but based on what you're saying, I don't think we can.
I suppose that's a fair interpretation.
It was his original idea to use Akadon for more militant purposes, then
That's the
Perhaps
thing.
the idea was not necessarily devised as a means purely to acquire funds, or rather, it was something that was already on his mind.
Maybe. But
Furthermore,
Daiki and I grew up alongside him. We're all roughly the same age, and Onyx apologized very profusely for not telling us. He said it wasn't his intention that it would be for power, because, truth be told, we don't know if there's power to be found. That was kind of Daiki's acceptance, was not fully sure what we would find if we ever found it anyway. So therefore, it likely wouldn't have been a problem. But he admitted to that mistake and said it wasn't really, he didn't really think it through. Kind of made a promise so that we could get funding because he knew that's something that Daikia wanted to do and something that we were all interested in. And it would get our names out there, give us a chance.
perhaps.
But I understand your mistrust.
It's just that if he loved her and she had no interest because she was busy, then why did that change when she met my father? My mother's many things. An archaeologist, a tinkerer, and an excellent alchemist. But above all, a judge of character. It just makes me think that she had a reason to mistrust him. And therefore, I should too.
Maybe she did. If it's any help, I suppose. When we spoke, Daiki and I, last, in Hyrane, she didn't say that she had found a husband. Didn't make that clear. And judging by the timing, you would have already been born by then. And she didn't say she had a kid either. I've had my own speculations for a while, since our initial interactions, and finally clarifying that there is relation. I don't know. It's been a long time since I spoke to Daikia. But maybe it wasn't her judgment that changed. It was just her priorities.
Maybe.
But that's just me.
Sizik. You needed something?
Uh, um. That was a lot. It's fine. I won't.
No,
I won't-
Sizik, if-
I
it's
apologize, Sizik, for
We
no,
have-
the conversation.
Sizik, we have another 5 hours in here.
That was a lot to digest. Even though you didn't eat the words, I don't. But it's okay. There is.
This is where your family's from, right?
Yeah. Not Pajakeen specifically, but Kilauea, yes.
I mean, it was your mother's name on the thing.
Unfortunately, Yeah, and Paloma's mother as well.
Well, guess we all got questions for our parents, huh?
I've been wondering now if there was another reason that they had sent us away. Being lied to like that by your friends would feel bad, but from your mother is
No.
is different.
Sometimes I wonder that too.
I know that this place is not large, but is perhaps a spot that I can discuss things with you, and I turn to Mox, and just you.
Altrix, can I exit this place?
Not really singularly. If he wants to have a private conversation, though, I can, I'll walk over to like a control panel and just kind of crank it up, like turning up the engine, just making the place a little bit louder.
Yeah.
As I
Mox
just
will-
kind of pulls Sizik over to a corner.
Yeah, Mox will walk over and stand right by said control panel, so it's like really deafening.
We just kind of sit down back against the wall. We've known you for a good time now, and you are a friend. I like to consider that. I view you as a friend, and yet I know not much of you or your past before finding you in forest with Rancor. But also, the same could be said of me. You all do not know much of myself and Paloma. And yet we have, or more so, I trust you. And perhaps that trust could be misplaced, as seemingly is possible with others, such as the things that some of us may have done, but are working towards getting better. However, I have been thinking a lot. Lots of things are on my mind. Unusual, I know, but I cannot tell Paloma. I can't. It feels. I do not want to place a burden, I think is the right word, on your shoulders. But I feel as if anyone else, I could not trust talking to without them. I believe the phrase is spilling beans.
Sizik, if there's something I can help with, let me know.
Not help per se. I just need to voice my thoughts. I have been absent-minded. You know, I've made mistakes and done stupid things, and part is because I have been going with flow. I felt as if I had no stake in what was happening and merely here because you and Rancor and Paloma, you all were there too, and I was sort of just here. But obviously, that was not the case. And when I was stripped of magic, it made me think. It was like slap in face, but of course that did not actually happen. And I begin to wonder what I am even doing here. Upon thinking more, I started to realize something. I fear that when looking at this group of Lorem Ipsum, as we seem to call ourselves, I don't believe that I serve a purpose. Everybody is good at something, but I am not. You are not great with people, but inventor and creator of many useful and crazy machines. Rancor is... He cannot see, but it does not hinder him. His connection with Owens is strong, and he is a fighter. Far beyond something I would ever see myself doing. Pura, strange one, but good at getting information and making some extra money with his shows, and with that new arm of fire you gave him, I'm sure he will become even more of a threat. Evadin is good at sneaking around. Paloma can make people regret ever being alive. And what do? Mess up and do stupid things, lose limbs, become listed as terrorism, and have to fake death because I screwed up. And I feel as if I am, even though I am alive, yes, I am what is dead weight, yes?
Sizik cannot measure yourself by your mistakes. You need to... Intentions do matter, you know? And although definitely you could be a little more careful at times, we need you here.
For what? That's what I've been wondering, trying to figure out myself. Everything I can think of is someone else can do it too, or even do it better. I do not see a role that I fulfill that someone else doesn't. Besides, what? Annoying?
Let's do a bit of a exercise, shall we? Let's say you weren't
Tired
here.
enough as is.
No, let's just imagine, if you will, that you weren't here. We would then be... we would have gotten locked outside the McKinnon estate. See here. Paloma would be who knows where? What would she do without you?
Sounds as if her and Rancor are just fine.
Well...
And even... I got into McKinnon estate lying. And I'm pretty sure Evadin can lie pretty well.
Well,
Would have just went around back and.
Evadin wasn't there.
But still.
And that's the thing.
everybody-
You are. I like having you here. It's nice. Everyone. It's like you said. Sometimes it's hard to trust people. And with Rancor, just snapping the second he sees someone he doesn't like. Pura, in the similar boat, and Evadin, I've only recently figured out even why Evadin's here. But and I understand what you're thinking. When we were on the road to Provenere, what good was I? I couldn't put up a tent for the life of me. I didn't know where the hell we were. It was just me. And, before we found y'all, we had no idea where the hell we were. So sometimes you are like that. Sometimes you just don't feel like you're not doing much, and sometimes it's true. But that won't always be the case. Back at my home, I kind of felt the same way. They didn't really mean. It's not that they hated me or anything, it's just that they didn't appreciate many of the things I did. You just kind of feel like you're not where you're supposed to be. But you just gotta focus on the things that, do care about you and do matter to you. And then from there, you grow. And in doing that, that's how I kind of found myself here. And even though, we've been walking in the desert for a few hours and I've nearly died about, I don't know, 5-6 times in just a few weeks, I feel the most alive I've ever felt. And in all that, it is nice that you're here without any secrets or, intentional troublemaking.
Being stuck walking out in those sands. I was terrified. Yes, I've been away from my sister before, but those have been in the cities. We had somewhere to meet. We weren't just who knows where. But this, not knowing anything, being essentially lost, I was worried.
Yeah.
Worried that we might die, and I never even really got to say anything decent.
I know.
But
I know what you mean.
you made it feel less horrible. Mox too, but I haven't known him as long, so to a less effect.
Well, I guess that just means you're working all right. Because I miss my brother and sister too. And I do sometimes worry that if I did die out here, you know, that'd just be it. And, you know, they'd never know, or, yeah,
Why
it'd just
don't you
be me
go back?
gone one day. You said something, but you cut out.
Why not go back and see them at some point?
Well, as much as I am now happy to have doing so was not necessarily a active decision on my part. Kind of similar to you, my mother sent me away. For the best. Staying would not have ended well for me. And it was a bit of a hurry, so I didn't really get to say goodbye to anyone, you know? So.
Well, maybe one day, when all of this is done, you can go back and see your brother and sister again. At least, if only for a little while.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I don't take kindly to people who leave. Anyway. Don't you worry about ever, you know, being lost in the desert or whatever. I'm an artificer. That means I solve problems.
Thank you.
Sizik, I, as the dungeon master, am inciting you. Tell me how Sizik feels after this conversation.
You have to roll
He
for
feels
I'm God.
Natural 30.
Yep.
he feels
Right.
calmer. Not so much that he's like all of the worries have gone away, but more so that it's less of a prevalent sort of voice in the back of your head. He knows that, or he thinks that maybe he's done more than it seems. He still wants to try and do better, but he's not certain how. But if at the very least he knows one thing, and that's that Altrix will always, no matter what, have a family, even if it isn't blood.
So let me ask you this. I can either give you an inspiration point after that conversation with Altrix, or I can give you something else. But I won't tell you what that other thing is. So I'll let you decide.
It's a card from the
Is it
deck of many
good?
things.
What, Cole?
I will take the mystery thing because I like to gamble.
Let's go gambling.
We're EA now.
Altrix, you watch as a golden light flickers across Sizik's eyes, and Sizik, you briefly lose touch with reality. Not unfamiliar, though, to you, as you once again stand in that infinite light domain, Stellia's home, where golden threads and silver twine intertangles and knots and unfolds and unwinds over and over again. A land of fate.
And stand up.
You've learned quite quickly.
Well, yeah. Things have been changing a lot.
The blessing of fate is that it is always changing. It's almost counterintuitive, but it's beautiful. You, my child, wield that change. Your quest still remains. But the lesson it will teach you will be far greater than I initially thought. But for the lesson I wished to teach you in Oshiavester, I think you have learned. Welcome back, Fate Walker. And she reaches out, and that eye on her palm touches your forehead. You speak.
What of those other people that need help? The man's life and the dragon.
It's no man. It's a woman.
Bro.
And the dragon, I think you'll do just fine. You're closer than you think. They are still yours to intervene. They still need your help. They all need your help. I need your help.
Are you able to at least answer a question for me?
Yes.
Is she really bad guy working for them?
This is not the answer you want to hear, but perspective is everything. You'll find out.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good luck, Sizik.
Spasiba.
Oh, and sorry about your grandmother. Sometimes I have to spin threads that are fake to get the right outcome.
Wait, you mean the grandma in Straxoris?
Right. She was in Straxoris. But I am now in Sulsura.
Was you? Clever.
So are you. Now go take care of them.
I'll do my best.
And the vision fades back. And
You are laying on a table. Altrix has a giant needle just about to jab it into your chest.
sure. Sizik jostles
Whoa,
awake.
whoa, whoa.
Mox is like, whoa, he's alive!
Okay.
Right. It was not.
Passed out to the heat exhaustion, I think.
And
no,
Sizik,
no.
you, well, to say you get your magic back is, well, that's a lie, because it was never gone. But you now have the confidence to use it again. What you do get, though, is 2 new spells. You can add Mind of the Fate Linked to your spell list, and you can also add Pyro Vault to your spell list.
Pyro Vault.
Yes.
Imagine if you took the inspiration.
One of these
And-
things is not like the other.
Now, I would like to note, for my wonderful players, I know you're curious, but don't look. Just wait. I promise it'll be better that way.
Yep.
And Sizik, on top of that, you do get an inspiration point, and Altrix, so do you.
Oh, yay.
So if we chose inspiration, he would have just gotten inspiration.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
would have just had to go fuck himself.
Damn.
Well,
Cole,
This
That's
is
wonderful.
proof that gambling works.
Cole,
Yes.
I want my $2.
actually, Anna, it's my $2.
It's $2.
Are y'all betting on what he would pick?
No, you'll find out later. Anyway, the 3 of you, Mox, Sizik, Aldrix, arrive in Pajakeen with Zaris and Whistlefin a little after mid-afternoon. However, we still have one group that needs to get to Pajakeen. So, Rancor, Paloma, and unconscious Owunul. The 2 of you, it is now dark, we'll say. We've jumped forward a little bit. And the villagers have thrown a modest festival for you. They've both grilled you some fish that they caught from the oasis, and they have brewed you together a greater healing potion as thank you for your work, and also pulling from kind of almost underneath one of the huts is what they were stashing. Is a cart that they give to you so that you can travel a bit faster.
Under a hut?
Yeah, they're elevated off the ground, and they have like, trim around the bottom. Yeah,
I was like, you saying they just buried a whole ass cart?
yeah. Sand is not very good in terms of foundations, so they had to put it on stilts, and yeah, totally fine.
So they do have wood.
Yeah.
They just wanted my king.
Anyway, the 2 of you, as nightfall approaches, or dusk really, you can start out pulling a cart at least, but you can move Owunul.
It's a shame Cricket isn't here.
A shame.
I'll look towards gesture at some of the villagers. This is way too much to give us, but
No, it's not.
if I may ask one last favor, could you help haul him in the back? Gesturing to Owunul on the
Yeah,
floor.
they just dump him on over the side of the cart and into the back, and he just kind of. But yes, they do that for you. Best of luck to you folk. And it's the kindness that you've shown us. We're just reciprocating. You saved our village and our people, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know of any other bandits? Or are those
I don't think so. I think that was all.
I wish y'all pleasant tidings in the future.
You as well. Good luck on your way to Pajakeen.
Thank you. What's pulling the cart?
Us.
You and Paloma.
Paloma.
Okay, so it's not a cart.
It's like
It's
a-
Pulling the cart.
It's like a wheelbarrow.
It's like a wheelbarrow in reverse. Yeah,
Okay.
you're just kind of pulling it. It's
Oh.
like it's a
Rancor has
one.
6
It's a
strength.
wagon.
Yeah,
I
it's
have
a
a strength
wagon.
of 5, actually. I don't think I have
none the-
any spell or
It's
anything
okay.
that could help with that.
Nonetheless, the 2 of you pulling Owunul do make it all the way to Pajakeen. which is unfortunate that it is a little bit elevated on some of the sand dunes. Kind of overlooks. You pass through the sand gates and into town. And as you're making your way through, you first pass the Silk Ring, which is a kind of factory textile district, before making your way into the Korsuk, where a number of towers stand over the area. You did also pass by what you assume to be the Skyport on your way in, so at least know where that is.
As we're walking in, I'd like to try and cast a message occasionally to
Sure.
Altrix or just whoever, kind of just at random, to see if I'm happening to pick up on anyone.
Right. Eventually, you do find contact with Altrix, but before that, Altrix, Sizik, and Mox, you are dropped off earlier in the day by Zaris and his fellow sand dolphin, Whistlefin. If you folks need anything, well, I do a lot of runs, but I kind of hang out at the eastern sand flow slope. If you need any more assistance or navigation across the desert,
Thank you.
But y'all take
and
care.
I will pay him a platinum.
Okay, much appreciated.
As we turn around and are finally in the city. Do you know where the nearest tavern is?
Yeah, it's. Are you wanting a nice stay or?
I need a place that has a bed and water.
Well, the closest is the Nightlight Spire, but it's a bit fancy even for myself.
Sure.
And he gestures towards the city center where yes, the Dune Vale headquarters is located, but also the ziggurat style, pyramid style tower that rises up, overlooks the entire city, a castle, a palace of some kind. And kind of spurring off of that on one of its terraces is a smaller tower that rises up, and he seems to be gesturing at that smaller tower with a burning fire pit on top that releases a green flame into the atmosphere. Occasionally turns blue every 15 minutes or so.
All right. We're heading there. As we start making that way, I will reach into my pocket and pull out my other sending stone.
Yep.
The one that is to Raylan Vost.
Okay.
I'll just send, hope your flight back has been going well. Just got unstuck from the desert. And you can respond to this message.
Yeah. Yes. We're almost there. It's nighttime. Desert? Hope you're okay. Yeah.
Well, won't get to send another text till tomorrow.
This long distance relationship's gonna go horribly.
No, it's gonna go
Sending
great. It's perfect.
Sending stones are not the way to do it, but it's fine. Totally fine.
25 words a day in one message.
Make them count.
Just get like 50 sending stones.
Nah, I said everything I needed to in one message. I don't. Mason's creating a chat history.
Yep, I am. Anyway, some of you presume you go to the Korsuk and locate Pura and Evadin. So which group would like to do that, if not both? Altrix and Mox and Sizik, you guys arrive a little bit earlier in the day, obviously, than Rancor and Paloma do.
I mean, once we secure lodging, yeah, we'd probably go to that.
Sure. Yeah, if you're willing to get rooms at the Nightlight Spire.
Yep.
Okay. How many rooms do you want?
What's the room situation?
Rooms are very luxurious. They can house probably 3 people comfortably. 4 if you really crammed in there, but meant for 2 or 3. And they are running at 5 gold pieces per room per night.
I'll just pay for 3 rooms.
Okay. You almost get stopped by some members of the Dune Vale. You have to figure out their name on your own. They almost tell you that you're not authorized to stay here. This is only for diplomats. And then when you pull out that amount of money, then
As I reach into my large bag of gold.
Yep. And they clock that and they're like, oh, this guy must be important. He's rich. And so they let you go through.
Just a bag with like 300 gold, just pulls out 15.
Yep.
All
Totally
right.
fine.
Okay. Let's check in with Oh, 4 rooms. I forgot Mox.
I didn't count him either.
I'll pay for my own, thank you.
Cool. Then I'll make my way over to Pura and Evadin.
Okay. Pura, Evadin, at the Dune Vale headquarters. Altrix, Mox, and Sizik walk through the front door. After a brief chat with Inspector Jasari, he opens the door to your kind of holding chamber, your waiting room, if you will. It looks like you folks are clear to go. Sorry for the delay.
That's what we were trying to tell you.
Again, I'm just following leads. Again, I told you I hoped this led inconclusively, and it did. But I do appreciate you being compliant.
Get my flashback.
He takes out of his coat and hands it to you. Yes.
Thank you. And then I
Evadin just
immediately
doesn't
take
say
a
any
giant
shit.
swig.
As we step outside, I'll just sit right next to the front door of this building.
You spit?
Sit.
Sit.
Oh, sit. Okay.
Just if Paloma and Rancor are making their way here, this will be the first place they go. I can wait here. Y'all can head to the room.
You look exhausted. I'll wait here.
No. I don't want to walk back.
Valid.
You know what? That's... You know what?
There's stairs. I didn't even check the rooms. Here's the keys.
You know what? All right.
What?
I would have argued with you, but that's good enough logic for me.
Altrix is now forever seated in this position.
Glad to see y'all
Altrix
did
creates the
fine.
first wheelchair.
Glad to
What
see y'all were able to
happened to
get
you,
out of
Altrix?
the desert.
Oh, that's right.
Mhm.
Been a long day.
I mean,
So-
at the end of the day, I've done it before. You know,
You have?
I don't want to do it, but you do it once, you don't do it again. Still not as bad as the cold. That also could be the ice steel, though.
Is Sizik still looking like fucking exhausted?
Yes.
He has 3 levels.
Alright, let's take Sizik over to... Sizik looks way worse, so we'll take Sizik to rest.
Yeah.
Do you want me to
he
leave
can go
Crow
in
with
room
you, or do you
1.
want to... I was like, do you want me to leave Crow with you, or do you want to be in private?
I'll be fine for now.
Okay.
Is
If you're not back
is-
in 2 hours, Crow will be coming to check on you.
I
Just to
will.
make sure.
Again, just put Sizik in room 1. Paloma can join him there. Mox has his own thing. Then I leave y'all to sort everything else. Y'all can take 2 and 3.
Is like Sizik still conscious, or is he like passed out?
He's all right.
He's alright.
He is, but he isn't.
Okay. Okay.
That's what you hear.
Are you okay, Sizik? Do you need me to carry you back?
I just want to sleep and drink all of the water in that dam back in Hydroxylvexin.
That's a lot
Yeah.
of water.
You'd probably get a disease from that.
I guess, shall we go back?
Yes.
Pura, before you leave. Again, sorry for the mishap. Just had to validate that you weren't just pulling my leg. It is nice to know that there is another survivor.
It is, I have no words. Thought I was alone for so long. But it's good to see you. I hope to see you soon.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
It's
Where were we?
good to see you too, and I wish to see you more. Again.
You have 2 options. You can carry Sizik back, or you can not carry Sizik back and make him walk like a monster.
I will attempt to carry Sizik and see what he does.
Okay, totally fine.
Maybe ask. Is Sizik pass out?
I will.
No, he's like,
I'll like bend down for like a piggyback ride and be like, "Do you want to hop on?"
I like
All right.
put my arms. Where is everybody else?
We're going to them, I think.
Okay.
Bid your farewell to Inspector Jasari. Altrix awaits as Evadin goes back with Mox, Pura, and Sizik. And as dusk falls, or really closer to midnight, Paloma and Rancor pulling the cart finally arrive in the Korsuk, which is still just as lively as it was at the very beginning of the day. But a strange melodic song almost seems to be emanating from one side of the city as the night breeze of the desert blows through perfectly arranged tubes to create a kind of song that kind of dances across the city.
So, as we pull up to the Dunevale headquarters, the second Paloma sees Altrix, she drops the cart holding Owunul. Just like releases the handles.
It's on a hill, so it rolls back.
No, Rancor hold it like himself. It just got
Owunul
like
dies.
half as heavy as it already was.
She drops the cart, runs up to Altrix, is like half his height, but grabs him around the middle.
Yeah, I'm sitting down, so
Okay,
basically
you know
it's
what?
safe.
Head height, yeah. Grabs you around your shoulders, and then puts you at arm's length and says, "Where is Sizik?"
He's at the really fancy hotel. He's resting.
Okay.
He's fine.
We're never teleporting again.
Well, we're never letting Janorm teleport.
Where
I
is
can do
she?
it better.
Is she with y'all? Do you know where she is?
No.
I guess.
No one
I guess
said.
she is never gonna teleport us again.
We'll unpack that one tomorrow. Everyone's done here. I just waited here because I figured y'all would show up here. Follow me.
Okay.
Okay.
I have to go get the
you-
cart with Owunul in it, though.
Sure.
You wanna help Paula?
All right.
As you come back to find Rancor struggling against the hill to keep the fucking sled from going down.
Yeah. All right.
A little help here.
Okay. I will, aid them in pushing this thing.
That is a workout. Y'all pulled Owunul, even on a cart with wheels. Y'all pulled.
It was
that
Paloma.
22 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Paloma pulled Owunul.
Very well
22.
lubricated wheels. Not
So
to
can
mention the
we
wheels
say Paloma gets
somehow.
a boost, like a booster strength score for that?
Also, what kind of wheels does this thing have? Like,
I'm not imagining
It's in the
wheels. I'm
desert.
imagining more like skis.
Yeah, it's almost like skis.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yep.
So this thing
anyway.
went down the hill, just against a cobblestone road.
Yep. It has wheels for when you get in town, but
Oh, you
they kind of
kick the
switch
wheels
in,
up.
and they kind of
Oh, yeah.
switch into place. It's got landing gear.
All right.
Yeah,
We get his dumbass out to the hotel.
Yes.
I'm not carrying his ass up the stairs. He can sleep outside again.
Okay.
He does it all the
Sure.
time.
Drunkard, it's fine.
We just tuck him up in the cart, throw a blanket over him.
Yeah. Kind of pull it
Sure.
around the corner of the hotel so it's.
Just
Yeah,
have
frigid.
Cricket sleep on top of him.
Cricket's not here.
He'll summon him
Anyway.
in his sleep, probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here in the Advisor's Terrace, where the Nightlight Spire is located, overlooking, or really on-looking, the tower that is the Sultan's Palace. A site that Paloma and Sizik, you've been to Pajak one time, vaguely remember seeing. Kind of the main building.
I vaguely
large
remember
tower
saying
that-
that.
Yeah, crazy. Thank you, Anna. Each of you find yourselves in, again, a lavish hotel. Reminds you a lot of your stay in Oceavester at the Grand Pearl. Just a wonderful evening experience. They bring you food for dinner, and each of you have a private balcony that you can stare up into the stars and overlook the nightlife that seems to go on 24/7, or in this world 24/10. But all of you get a good night's rest. So if you have an exhaustion point, you reduce all exhaustion point counts by 1 after completing a long rest. Yes, Anna.
Can I reduce both of them since we also rested back in the at the
Yes,
Oasis?
that is fair.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, Altrix.
As we go up to the room, I will join Paloma and Sizik in their room.
Okay.
And I will leave the balcony open and just kind of wait inside, but like in a chair nearby, as I just kind of fall asleep waiting for Cannibal to come back.
Okay. Anybody else? Any nighttime preparations? Things to do? Okay.
I put a
Well-
blanket over Altrix. The desert gets cold.
Yep, it does get cold. And you left Owunul outside in it. He's in
Owunul's
armor, though. It'll be
fine.
fine. He'll be fine.
Armor's probably
He's got a +4 to the saving throw.
Right.
Evadin will
Um,
check on
We put a blanket
Owunul.
over Owunul too.
We
He'll
did
be
put a blanket
fine.
over him.
Evadin
Yeah.
A
checks
very
on
thin
Owunul,
blanket that probably
pokes him
blew
in the
away with
head.
the wind.
We'll poke him in the
The
head.
second we walked inside.
See that he's alive and be like, oh well.
Okay.
And go
good
back
enough. He
inside.
isn't back to life.
Oh well.
His
Yeah.
armor gets stolen by a homeless man.
You are in a super secure residential
Dude, I want to see the
district,
homeless
so-
man, like the malnourished homeless guy, strong enough to take that armor off of him.
Valid
Owunul's limp.
Yeah, they
human
try to
hard
move it, but then
move.
they actually kick out the thing that's holding the cart in place and it runs them over.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
Alright. I'll go
um,
to sleep.
dawn breaks the following day. Altrix, you awake at like 5:30 in the morning, before Aneris rises and creates dawn for the morning, to Cannibal flying into the window and just perching on your face and just like right like a huge streak up the snout right between your eyebrow.
Grab him, tuck him under my arm, and go back to sleep.
Yes, and only to awake half an hour or so later.
Always.
To dawn. Yes. Pasha Keen, quiet at the very earliest hours of the morning, 6 a.m. or so. But Lorem Ipsum, now reunited. What next?
Well, this place blows. Let's head to the skyport and get out of here.
All right, let's go find Mom 1 and Mom 2.
I call Mom.
How are you? How's everyone feeling?
Which one is Mom 1?
Mom's 1 was us. Oh. No, actually it was Sizik's. Sorry. I guess that's the one we're going for first.
I mean, if anywhere's you gonna know anything about a trade deal, Skyport.
Yeah.
But we don't have the manifest, do we? Do y'all have the manifest? We gave it to Cleo, and we have no idea where she is.
I mean, could just ask.
Okay. Question for DM.
Go somewhere. I want to sleep more.
Question for DM. Am I able to? Would I be able to use minor illusion to create a floating illusion of the manifest of what it had on it?
Hold on, I need to check minor illusion.
I'm not sure if that's a little bit too detailed or not. I don't think it is. From how I understand minor illusion, I don't think it is.
Yeah,
but
I'm trying to think if that overrides into illusory script.
It wouldn't be the paper itself, but it would be more of a picture of what the paper would look like.
Yeah. Okay. Evadin, make a history check for me.
Awesome. Can I use guidance for this?
Yes, you can.
Awesome. I will use guidance for it. Ooh, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be at least a 21. 25 total.
Yep. You can create a pretty good copy, though illusory, of the manifest.
So I was like, I create the illusion. I you see me pull out both hands, and you see kind of as I kind of concentrate, you see just light kind of come out of the I would say a darker, more I don't know how to say dead light, necrotic light, kind of floating out as basically a illusionary version of the actual manifest appears, and it's this is only an illusion, so it wouldn't and it's not going to hold up to any physical anything, but
I mean, we just need to be able to ask what this is.
Exactly.
You know?
I
feel like if we had the real manifest, they'd have even more questions.
I believe we'd be able to maybe get at least something.
Well, if you show them the manifest that you've clearly seen with an illusion, I feel like they had the same questions.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, we can be honest with it. It's not that big of a deal, since it would have been coming.
I mean, it crashed, and we were just investigators looking into it.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Mox.
Yes.
You and Madame Genome don't happen to have a sending stone between y'all, do you?
He's the only one missing.
That's a genius idea. No.
How have you not thought of it? You gave us a sending stone.
Because Genorum has sending. She just casts it
you
whenever
don't.
She needs to contact. I know, we've never been separated.
What's the likelihood
We weren't planning for this incident. My apologies, Rancor,
case.
for the rudeness. I'm still tired too.
What's the likelihood we can get a scroll of sending around here?
I think
Probably
that's
high, but I think we've got more important matters first.
Well,
considering one of us is missing, someone who's, kind of high-standing individual.
Yes, look, and I will worry about that once we figure out what's going on at the Skyport.
Tell you what, how about we figure out the skyport, Mox, you figure out Janorum?
I can do that.
Awesome. All right.
What a quick turnaround.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta make a decision. Skyport. All right, we need to move. God, sorry.
Do you and like Sizik need to go sleep some more?
No,
I'd
I'm
like
fine.
to very much.
Sizik maybe, but Paloma, I have a question for you. In a moment, we can do it on the way.
Okay.
Everyone, let's move.
I'll give Sizik a piggyback ride.
Yeah.
Okay.
He will probably just.
I guess
fall.
also a quick question for y'all too. Do y'all know where your parents would be?
Well, I thought they'd be in Garai. I had no idea why they'd be here.
Okay.
That's a good question.
This isn't where we're from. We've been here once.
That may have been a complete oversight in our planning.
Oh well.
I mean, the whole point was to go to the skyport and ask about the thing, and then go from there.
Yeah, also we couldn't get to Garai because we didn't have something from there from 6 months ago.
Yeah.
How far away is Garai from here?
As someone who has made that trip, do I know?
Yep. Yes, Anna, you do know. And the measure for
8 months.
No, it's not that far.
It's a very it's a very windy road.
70,000 years.
I think you told me this the other night. Hold on.
I did, and I'm recalculating it real quick.
No,
It's
hold on.
4 days.
It's
700 Mr. Belvedere's.
no, it's like 250 or so miles.
Oh, that's actually not the worst.
A trip on foot you could make probably in a week time, but with cart you could probably make it in 5 to 6 days.
That's not too bad, honestly. So we'll go check with the thingy.
All right. Paloma. Okay, he's fast asleep.
What?
I know Sizik has all that sorcery stuff. Is it normal if his eyes glaze over gold and he just kind of goes limp for a little bit?
Has that happened before, Mason?
You told me.
Yeah, that's happened before.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it just means he's talking to his granny.
Right. Freaking sorcerers, man.
Aren't you fucking?
Yep. He is. Anyway,
We don't know that.
all of you journey towards the outside of town, kind of back to where Paloma and Rancor first entered, on the southwestern side, to find Zakaran Reach, which is the skyport here in Pajakin. So, instead of the massive tower that you recall in Provenere, or even a tower that you had in Oceaventure, this is more of a strip where there's just small little towers and large docking bays on the ground. So it's more horizontal than it is vertical.
Is there an information desk?
There are several.
I will
Got
walk
arrival
up.
and departure times listed. No.
Yeah. Do you have like a specific? Is there like a big one, or is that like a bunch of small ones?
There is kind of like a front desk when you first walk in, because there's only one core entrance, and then you have to kind of walk left or right.
I'm just gonna walk up to the front desk then.
Okay.
Since I have the one with the manifest, technically.
Right.
Unless someone else has minor illusion.
It's okay. There is a tabaxi woman that greets you. Hello, sir. What can I do for you? Ma'am, sorry. I looked at Jake. Wrong person. Hello, ma'am. What can I do for you?
Hello. I was wondering if there was a who I could go to ask about specific shipments that would have come out from this that would have come either out of the skyport or through the skyport. If I had like a manifest for that.
I might be able to help you, but I can also refer you to more of the management staff, if that would be of assistance.
Well, I was like, okay, I don't have the physical manifest, but I do have I know what it looks like, and I will minor illusion the the manifest.
She takes a careful look over it. Never seen this manifest before, but it's very short.
This is all we found for what it is.
Right. Okay. Well, that banner, and she points to the yellow and white stripes with the lion's head on it. That's the official flag of Eperjan, specifically the banner of the Sultan. Not that that's particularly useful to you. That just means that either the Sultan himself or someone in his envoy officially approved this as a document, and therefore in turn approved this voyage. I don't recognize this other symbol, though, this moon shape. I do think you visiting the harbor staff would be more of assistance.
The harbor staff. Could you point me in the right direction?
Yes, it'll be down this way. Just keep going straight. Then there's a little bit of a staircase that goes up to the second floor. You might get stopped by some dune veil, but just tell them that you have a manifest you need to clarify on. They'll let you pass.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Right. Hope you find what you're looking for. Next customer, please. And calling up the person behind you.
Okay. I will then be like, I will start walking towards the place. Whoever wants to follow can follow, but
I assume we all.
I guess I'll. Yep.
Yeah. Cool.
And again, find the staircase that this tabaxi was referring to, up to the second floor where it's more office staff, very much like an airport is in modern day. You are stopped by some dune veil, but showing the manifest, they let you pass. People have questions, and you arrive at a harbor master's desk or office.
Is he currently there, or he or she is currently there?
Yes, he is currently there. This is a Leonin, male Leonin, and he kind of perks up from his desk, signing off several manifest, approving voyages, plotting times, and slots on this like strange, almost like arithmetic board where there's sliding tiles and he's moving stuff in line.
Yeah.
How can I
Hello.
assist you folk?
I had a question about a manifest that I wanted to ask about, and I will show the manifest.
Sorry. Doesn't look... I don't remember seeing this coming
Well,
through our...
To be fair, it's only part of a manifest.
I can tell it's quite small. Usually manifests are several pages long, but that's all right. I see that it says Pashakim, but I don't remember approving a voyage for number 2.
Are you the only one who approves voyages here?
No, but this is odd. Let me talk to some of my other office staff. And gets up from his desk and walks
Can I make
through...
an insight check?
Sure. While he's walking. That's fine.
Can I help with the insight checks?
Sure.
Okay, you have advantage. I don't think you need it,
Alright.
but
It's better. It's a 16.
Okay.
He turned the music suspenseful. Obviously, this guy's bad.
I did. Seems to be telling the truth, from what you can tell. Just a harbor master doing his job, trying to help you out with your questions, but did not look with recognition upon the Blue Moon group, but did recognize obviously the Sultan's banner, but that's normal probably for him. But he walks to various offices and talks. People come out one by one, take a look. Various harbor masters and assistant harbor masters, and after speaking with probably 10 or 12 of them, they all deny having any clue of what this is indicative of. Sorry, folks, but I don't think this is a real manifest.
Well, we got it from an actual ship, so the ship's not imaginary. Who's like the one in charge of this whole port?
Well, technically, we're all, as harbor master, in charge of supervising various docking bays, but
No one owns it. Is like the main overseer of it.
No,
How
it's the city.
how thorough are you with inspecting the contents of every shipment?
Oh, quite thorough. Check every ship that comes on, every or comes into port, and every package going out. Quite a large task with plenty of workers here handling that. But
I will be frank with you. We are investigating the theft of an item that perhaps some individuals may have not wanted to be inspected at your authority, thus liable
would-
to have been left off a manifest here.
right, that would imply smuggling, which I like to think we do a decent job at preventing. But I will not lie and say that it does not ever occur. It's possible that it was smuggled aboard and it was missed.
Although it's more
But-
possible that an item was smuggled on board the ship and that was missed.
Right.
I
That is
think
my
it's fair to
intention.
say you have a decent record of ships entering and leaving.
Yes, we do.
If I may,
Do you have a ship number?
your ship number on that thing?
That
The
is
ship
not-
had the blue moon symbol on it, right?
It did.
Do y'all remember a ship with this blue moon symbol ever coming through your port?
He points to the manifest and also pointing at the blue moon symbol there. Is it the same as that one?
Yes,
Exact
sir.
same.
No.
No.
I've never seen that before.
Do you
Which is
recognize
I've seen
either- Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Do you recognize either of the names on here?
No, they those are not typically the couriers we work with. Usually they are it's a signature, yes, but usually it also underneath it has a authority.
So
some
this
kind
would be a
guild.
private dealing, if this were correct.
Well, yes, but we're still required by the city to check.
Yes, but
About
it would be
how
less
long would
so. Company.
Are there any airships like docked that are that look similar to the one we had found, like same model or whatnot?
Oh yeah, I mean most airships are of a similar model. They're all Ilethian airships. They are private class, yes, and some of them are more built for cargo versus
So-
more built for passengers, but they are all share a similar design.
So just gesturing to one of them. How long would it take for one of those airships to leave from here, Pajaking, and get to Agonsvale in Hilton?
A direct flight, which is not a route we typically run, but it would take.
Not a direct flight.
Okay. Well, typically we would send it to Elatar Bay or Unipol first, and then onward to Agonsvale. But we could also send it southbound to Iazline. You could go to Evada Bay. You could go to Nexus. You could go to Pronathias. Even Sunshine, really, and then send it outwards.
To Provias?
No, Pronathias.
Pronathias.
What's the longest it would take to get there?
The longest it would take, if you stopped at every skyport along the way, it would take half a year probably. But a direct flight even would still take 100 days, maybe.
So, from hypothetically, here to Elatar Bay to Agonsvale, that would have departed, say, 130-ish days ago?
Here to Elatar Bay?
Elatar Bay on to Agonsvale.
Kind of pulls out his shipping map. A map that all of you have seen before. Kind of takes basically a protractor and begins to scribble on it. Here to Elatar Bay would take 50 days, tops, probably. But then you have to go all the way to Agonsvale, which would be another 60 days.
60
maybe.
days. Distance to
Not-
CzePeku Pines would be approximately, what, 20 or so?
from Militar Bay. There's not a skyport, Pickle Pines.
Just hypothetically, if it were just to fly over.
Sure. Probably less than 20 days, but that would be a fair assumption, probably.
Okay, so a little less than 20, so you say 15. So 60, you said? To Eltar Bay?
Right.
I think it's 60 from Eltar to Agonsvale.
Or here to Eltar Bay?
I think you said 50 from here to Alatar Bay.
50 here to Eltar Bay, 15 to Pickle Pines. So 65. We want to look at ships who departed here approximately 65 days ago. Actually, rather 70, because of the time we took walking to the site.
Sorry, Mason, the dungeon master, needs to make a correction. I was giving you those units in seafaring times, not airship times. Please shave all those numbers in half for airships.
Okay, so we were at 70,
I
so
was thinking
35.
that was way too long.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah. So 30, so that would all take approximately. So
How long's a month?
We can
month is 50 days.
We can somewhat deduce about 35 days ago, this ship departed.
Right. I hate to break it to you, but that's not particularly useful, as there are 100, maybe. Oh, 100's actually a low estimate. There's probably 300 ships that come in and out of this skyport on a regular basis.
Well, maybe.
Not all in one day, no, but give or take 5 days onto your thing. You got a whole week worth of travels.
No, but it's likely this ship at least went to Elatar Bay. So you could already have that narrowing down your options. Any ships that left within 35 days time frame towards Elatar Bay.
I can try, but respectfully,
Do you know of any?
do you have the authority to request that kind of information? That's usually private for the Dune Vale.
Usually, yes. We are currently worried about a shipment that never arrived.
Right. Do you have a guild name, a company name that you're working with that I could search for? Otherwise, you're asking a very lengthy process. And again, I don't have any credentials for you.
I'll throw in to Altrix real quickly. Should we mention we're working with the council? What's her name? The
Chancellor.
Chancellor of Oshivester.
We are private investigators looking into an airship crash. We are hired by the Chancellor of the Union of Fenere, and we are seeking perhaps some additional information on the matter.
Right. I'm sure you're aware of this, and I don't mean to be blunt, but you're not in the Union of Fenere.
Yes.
So unless you have permission from the Dusk Vale, the Dune Vale, or the Sultan himself, or his office staff, or advisors, I can't release that information to you.
Can you
That's
point
not
me
public.
to them?
They don't just take requests.
Then why did you even? You could have just said no.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
And just say that.
You clearly don't have the credentials to access this. And again, I'm not trying to be rude or turn you away. I'm just following.
As far as we are
orders.
concerned, your airship board has essentially released our somewhat involved in a terrorist plot against the people of Fenere. So
whoa, sir, that is some strong language.
This shipment had a smuggled item that, under your authority, was apparently slipped on board. An item which threatens thousands of our citizens. So I need someone to talk to about this. And if it's not you, if you could point me to who that would be wonderful. I would love to work with you today, but I just spent the past all of yesterday in a fucking desert. So I am not having a mood for pleasantries right now. So again,
I walk up to Altrix and I put a hand on his shoulder.
you could show us to who we could speak to about this.
I think I know somebody who can help Altrix.
And you're telling us this now?
Well, it didn't really occur to me until he said that we need help from a. It's not a wayfinder.
Dunevale.
Dunevale, sorry. From a Dunevale.
Very well. I will. We can go investigate that. Good sir, what was your name again?
The name's Frayne.
Right.
Officer Dufresne?
Nope. Just Harbor Master Frayne.
Harbor Master Frayne. Before we leave, is there anything else you can provide us? Not out of duty, but willingness to assist.
I can give you the benefit of the doubt and say that I will commission some of my staff to start looking through those records, and should you provide the proper credentials when you return, I will release that information to you. Though I cannot promise it will be useful, because the ship you're describing may not be recorded, may not have a identifier, but at least we can try. Trying to be helpful, but I can't make any promises.
Thank you. We will get out of your way.
Right. You folks have a good day.
As we walk outside. So the thing is, I've noticed, the more you talk about government stuff, the more people listen to you.
You're having this conversation as you exit his office.
Again, once we're fully out.
Okay, well then hold that then. As you enter back into the main chamber of the skyport, again, most of it is open air. It's not like you're inside a building. You're more like inside a walled structure that has tarps and open air. But it provides shade enough from Anaris above. But as you're walking back down the staircase, you pass by a series of like nooks and crannies where storage boxes are kept, entries into storage halls, and shadow basically beyond that point. It's very dimly lit with torchlight even in the middle of the day. But as you walk by one of them, a voice calls out, just kind of to all of you, from within that shadow.
Is it a bright shadow?
No, it's a dark shadow. Now I recall what you folks are talking about.
Then you are?
Stepping out a little bit into a little bit of the light, you see a Khajiit, that is a tiger folk, dressed in kind of long flowing robes. Doesn't look super important, but has a plethora of tools available at his hip. Name's Talzir Ralbrin. You folks seem desperate for answers, so here's the deal. 600 gold pieces to me, and I'll tell you what I know.
No. I don't think... I'm sorry, you wish to extort us?
No, I don't wish to extort you. I'm just saying I might have insight into what you're looking for, and...
Oh, so you might.
Oh.
So, normally when you pay for a service, it's a more guaranteed thing.
Information isn't
free. If I went to the hotel and bought a room, I don't maybe get a room key.
Like I said, if you're desperate for information and you really need it that bad, I'll tell you the truth. You're not going to find any luck with the Sultan.
And how can we... What can you give us to believe you?
That's the funny thing about information.
You could just be some random beggar looking for money.
I could, but if I was a random beggar, I would be begging you for money. I'm not. You're the ones wanting information. I'm asking for payment for it. It's not free. It's expensive,
Mason,
you know?
How much
Well
did
then,
he ask for?
600.
600 gold pieces.
Well, real quick, let me ask. Is this guy like dressed in like a uniform or anything?
No.
Okay, and he's just in this dark alleyway.
Yep, in this dark alleyway.
Okay. Last question: how would you define a willing creature?
Oh my god.
This creature is not willing.
But if they were, say, restrained,
No.
Oh my god.
had to ask. Had to ask.
Also, I'm not gonna make you roll for this. I'll just tell you if it is. This is one of those situations that you attempt any funny business and you've lost your source.
What if you
They'll just
force
try.
him to tell you?
I don't think that's how it works.
I mean, what if you hypothetically command them to obey?
I'm gonna look over at
With
Paloma
weapons.
because I think this is this type of information that Paloma would be like. Are we? I would kind of just be like, we paying or nah? In like kind of like.
Paloma pulls
Not
out
saying
10
it, no.
platinum and says, I'll give you this now. If the information you give me is worth more, I'll give you more.
That's not how this works, sweetheart. This isn't a negotiation. 600 gold pieces, or 60 platinum will work. Seem to be wealthy. And I'll tell you what I know. That's it. That's the deal.
Paloma, I think this guy's just a scammer.
But what if he knows?
Can I do an insight check on this dude with like if
You can certainly try.
Where are we?
I will do an
Yes.
insight check with this dude.
Okay.
I'm going to do the insight check. I want to check if this dude is like has information that's actually worth. If he, I'm trying to see if he's lying and such.
Yeah, I know.
That is going to be, since I have insight, I have proficiency insight. That is a 10 plus 17.
17. Seems to be an honest guy. Not the most trustworthy,
Honest.
sure. But
Seems to be at least telling the truth.
Guys,
but given the situation, if why would he call out to you specifically?
so guys, I have a funny idea.
Did he give his name?
Yes.
He said Talzir Rolbrun.
Okay.
I like to
You
communicate
folks
with
try anything funny, and I'll be out of here faster than you can blink.
I'll pull out 50 more platinum.
Question is,
I want
I'm-
600.
He said
who
600.
are
He
600
said
gold.
600
Yeah.
gold, so that's 60 platinum.
Yeah.
60.
Oh,
She's at 25.
platinum. Right.
Yeah, 25 platinum.
you gave us your name, but in relation to this skyport, who exactly are you? You're just some strange fellow standing in the shadow behind some box.
And you're just some strange fellows and lassies. Obviously needing some information about a skyship that I might have seen.
That
How
does
much
not
did
answer
Paloma
the
pull
question
out?
of-
All
She's
all
got
she's
currently
average.
25. Oh,
No.
you're pulling out all
50
six.
is what
I
she
pulled out
said.
10 first, and then I pulled out 50. So that's all. All
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, somebody's eager.
But
That's what you wanna
why
do,
are you
Paloma?
here?
We came here for information.
yes,
Your
but we're
money.
limited on funds. We don't want to just spend it willy nilly.
I can get more. It's fine.
Anyway, I
Still
assume
does
that.
not. I
If this is what you want to do,
Hey.
Paloma.
I looked toward it like it's Paloma's choice.
Yeah.
To spend the money that way.
Now, if we give you this, and you try to bolt on us, or give us some horse shit,
Well, I fully understand what I'm entering into. This isn't my first rodeo, pal.
Good.
Oh,
I'm holding an action or a reaction for when Paloma gives him the money and he gives us bullshit.
yeah.
Sure.
No,
Very
you-
specific trigger.
Okay.
The thing is, the rodeo you refer to, you don't understand the rodeo we've been in.
Mason, I give him the money.
Right. Okay. So that manifest that you folks are carrying around, it's an illusion, first of all.
We
But
know.
I'm pretty much aware that you know. I mean, you're the ones that made it, right? So, doesn't matter though. A couple weeks back, Heron Gonin and Eric Okra came knocking. They handed me a sealed parcel, a manifest like the one you're displaying, stamped with the Sultan of Eprzan's crest. Now, I thought that thing was a fake. I mean, you don't just get that stamp. But I inspected it close, double-checked, even triple-checked. Either that thing is real or one hells of a... They paid me 5,000 gold pieces just to make sure that it got handed off clean, no questions asked, quiet when the ship came in at 2 a.m. Said it was heading to Elatar Bay by way of Zor, then bound to Unipol Port, then on to Agon. Sound familiar to you folks, maybe? It's a standard route for people who don't want to be followed. Docking at multiple skyports means things get lost in the records, as I'm sure you're well experienced with. Held up by various people makes it hard to, well, keep track of things. Now, I never looked in the package. I don't know what that thing was, but when you get paid 5,000 gold pieces, you don't ask them. But whoever they were, I don't know if they mean anything to you or what your relationship is, but they ain't no people to mess around with, I'll tell you that. I did... Yeah, never mind. And he gestures to get paid a second time for perhaps continued flow of information.
You already got paid 5,000, and you're asking for more.
100.
5,000 from them. As if you do not have enough money to support yourself for years, we give you 600 extra on top of that, and you still ask for more.
You want the information or not, kid?
I'll pull out another 10.
Paloma?
This is what we came here for, isn't it? This is why we came all this way.
How much for more information?
200. But it needs to come from somebody other than just her.
How much?
Why the fuck
Hey.
do you care?
I ain't giving just information to all of you for free if she's paying. Not how this works. If you guys
I
are a
want to
team,
ask-
split your debts.
I'm going to ask Ozen real quick. Is he able to appear lustrous, golden?
Sure.
I have got a substantial artifact here. I say tapping,
I don't want your artifact. I want money.
and you're telling me you don't think you can sell this. I say as Ozen transforms from cane to sword, and then
Yeah,
to a
that's
spear,
impressive.
to a circle.
Oh, that's impressive, but I don't care. Money's the name of the game.
Yes,
Cold
Where did he
hard
pause
coin.
in his information?
this is worth easily 10,000 gold minimum.
Great. I don't sell to people. Other than information.
How
So
much?
the fuck is-
This guy's
Question. Mason, where did he
absolute-
stop off with the information?
Basically told you the route they took, who dropped it off, that they had the stamp of the Sultan's crest, and that he was paid 5,000 gold pieces to hand it off onto ship without anybody getting seen. So basically
I
admitted
mean-
that he smuggled it aboard.
Oh, crazy. The stuff we already knew. That it was smuggled aboard and it went on a secret route.
I just
Although now you know the exact detail of how that transpired and the
Yeah.
route that it took.
I roll my eyes. All right, fine. How about 19 platinum?
20.
I have 19
I'll give you the 20th.
I'll take it.
Why does this guy care about who it comes from?
because he's
An
dirty
asshole.
rat.
All right, so Sizik, you had him 19, Paloma hands him 20. All right, well, the two of them was back 2 days ago. Sorry, the two of them was back a few days ago. That's what I meant to say. I overheard them talking as they were nearing one of the docks. They weren't exactly subtle. You'd think somebody that has 5,000 gold pieces wouldn't be talking so loud. But they mentioned someone was poking around a long closed case file. Something important to them. Something by the name Akadon. Now, word came from a correspondent in the Twins, and the bird, I think, is the one that sounded particularly worried about the political stability, he uses air quotes, of Western Phenorbia. Sounded like she was referencing an incident. Whoever they spoke to, though, seemed like they were trying to follow a lead on someone named Daikia. Apparently, that's a difficult task to do, but I've never heard the name before. He kind of locks eyes with all of you. Now, I don't know what any of that information means to you, but from how they said it, it wasn't just nobody. They weren't just looking to find this thing, they were trying to access it. Like she's some kind of key. And I'd wager that whoever they're working for has got more fingers in more pies than I care to think. But if they're tracking leads on a global scale, they know that kind of detail. That ain't random. That's structure, organization. Somebody's connecting the dots that ain't public. You want to know the spookiest part? That moon symbol on your manifest right there? I've never seen it before, and I've seen a lot of things. I'd suspect smuggling. I mean, I'm the one that smuggled it on board, but I'd suspect it's a whole smuggling organization. But whatever's going on, first, that ain't my business. But it might be yours. But let me tell you, folks, you ain't the only ones digging around. And it's pretty obvious that you're already a step behind. But that's all I know.
So what I'm hearing is we basically wasted money learning nothing that we didn't already know.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
I would like to cast Detect Magic.
On this individual?
Tech magic
Okay.
just a radius.
Yeah, it's a radius, but specifically.
Got some magic items on his person, but that's about it.
Okay.
Gets ready to turn to leave. You know, not necessarily a hastened exit, but, you know, doesn't probably like staying in one place too long.
Is he just in this alley, like going into it?
Well, it goes further into probably the storage area, but he turns back for a moment. And Sizik, he locks eyes with you for a moment. Kind of does a double take, looks back down the alleyway, looks back at you. You seem awfully familiar, young one. Where do I know you from?
Oh, I don't know. Conversation 5 seconds ago?
Funny.
I will.
It's been 9 years since I've seen you.
9 years ago, I was small.
Yeah, you were here in Pajakin, and you knocked over a food stall to provide some food to a beggar. Sizik, right?
How do you know that?
Well, beggars can't be choosers. But your act of kindness did give me something to start off from. Showed me there was a little bit more good in this world than I thought.
And you just fucking robbed us?
And he tosses you back 10 platinum pieces. You folks have a good day.
Still feel like we got fucked.
If you're enemy him, I could keep him from running.
I have my hand on a rug.
Yep. And
I am genuinely in this moment asking,
Can I,
do we do this?
Can I-
And by the time you have
Wait,
time to ask that question, he's gone. And a poof of
If we
smoke
see
just-
that mannequin, I will
well.
fucking kill him.
I did say I was only an action, but
I was like,
You
look,
said if he gave you bullshit. You didn't specify.
that was bullshit. We knew all that shit already.
I
Not
assure you, you did
I would-
not know all of it.
We
Well,
would not say we
stack
knew
was a
all
lot
of
of stuff
that.
we didn't need
A
to
lot
know.
of the stuff we guessed, but that was what we guessed. We didn't guarantee know it. I actually think we learned quite a bit of information there. Sure,
In
I will
any
agree. I think it was
case.
overpriced, but like,
Information isn't cheap. But
In any case,
That's a good-
he knows too much.
yes, it is. And while we ponder how much he knows and how much you now know, that's a good time to end our episode for this evening. Thank you all for joining us. And as a reminder, we'll see you next week. And the adventure continues. Have a good night.
Bye bye.